Forgot I had to press the button on YouTube. Okay, we are live. Hello.
Yeah, right.
Fred.
YouTube has a 2-tiered system for going live.
Yes, which
sure.
I
It
feel...
makes it feel more professional.
I was going to say, it makes me feel a bit more secure in case I ever did something dumb, like accidentally pressed the go live button while I was just playing a video game or doing some work on my computer. And then there's like a 6-hour stream out there somewhere of me just making old man noises like...
Complaining about your colon.
Oh, that could be a thing. Or like, God, if I'm playing Night Rain, you just have the worst swear words coming out. Fucking wild as shit. Why would you pick Raider if you can't tank? Oh my God. Use your hook.
In between complaining about your taxes and shit.
Yeah, the real old man stuff going out. It's like, oh, that just actually made it feel so real. That's like a month away from me.
No. Yeah, and then it's just like, yeah, and there's like, oh, that boss has nice tits.
God damn, I love the lady.
Is this what I sound like?
No, to be fair, I think that's the most fun thing is like, even if I'm talking about shit like that, that's the kind of, I'm very stream of consciousness on my streams as well. So it won't sound too much different from my normal old man noises. It's just a lot less animated and active. But good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We dove right into it today. This is Fredrik Knudsen, who I think everybody probably knows way better than me. Would you like to introduce yourself, Fred?
Really? Hello, I'm Fredrik Knudsen. I am primarily known as the creator of Down the Rabbit Hole on YouTube. I don't like calling them documentaries. They break a lot of rules. But a documentary is what I tell my grandma, right? That's what I do. I do a lot. So relevant to today's stream, I do a lot of writing, right? I would say of everything that I do, like if you had to ask me what kind of artist I am, I would say I'm a writer. And that is, I would say, the bulk of my work beyond like research. But writing is easily like the biggest craft that I do.
Yeah, a writer with also incredible ability to edit, voice act, and bring everything to life.
Oh, thank you. I just leveled up my voice acting because this is my inauguration. This stream is my inauguration for my new sound booth. We were talking about, I was showing it to Ku earlier, just before stream, and it is luxurious.
It looks so cool. I am so jealous of it.
It's so nice.
Do you want to describe it, or do you want to just be like, and it sounds amazing? Because they can hear it for sure.
Right. Well, I'll just say that I have screwed curtain tracks into the ceiling, and there are moving blankets that I can put up and pull down at will, and it completely encircles my workstation. It is lovely. It is wide enough that I can stretch my arms out in the center of it and not touch the walls.
I love that feeling. Because
It's so nice.
What kind of thing did you have before? Did you have like one of those little boxes you just put a microphone in? Because I know I've had a few different things over the years, between like the little box you can put a microphone in, as well as just like literally taking 2 moving blankets and throwing them over your entire body and the microphone.
Ku? Mm-hmm. For my entire 10-year career, I have been throwing a blanket over my head.
How? Your videos are so long. The scripts are so huge. I can't imagine what you went through in the summer.
It was awful. It was so hot and uncomfortable.
I was gonna say, your audio quality's always been good, so I knew there was soundproofing, but yeah, I've had to use that method a few times in the past, and my God, when it's summer, it's already like you're sweating just from like existing, and then you have to be under a blanket for sometimes 2 to 3 hours at a time voice acting. It's horrific.
I would have to be under there for 6 hours at a time sometimes.
Jeez, yeah, I was gonna say, your scripts are huge. Some of the videos by themselves are like 3 hours. Oh.
Yeah, it's basically pure narration, right, from start to finish. So it's a lot. It's a lot of recording. The e-video I think I recorded in the summer.
Oh God, yeah, man. Commitment though. I'm glad you're so much more comfy now, because yeah, This is why we got distracted and why the stream started about 5 to 6 minutes late, is because we were sharing each other's setups. My one is pretty much the same as Fredrik's, except mine, I have these little curtain rods that like attach to the ceiling but can come down. So it's actually movable if I needed to go to a different room, or if I ever want to move out of this apartment and find a new place, all of this can come with me. So yeah, you're
I was explaining, like, I was in a very mobile situation. This is a much more permanent solution.
Yeah, it looks so freaking comfy as well.
It's nice. One thing that I want to do, is one reason that I wanted it as large as it is because I want to be able to record hurdy-gurdy in here. Like the hurdy-gurdy is
the instrument?
The instrument, yes, I play the hurdy-gurdy.
I did not know you played the hurdy-gurdy. That's such a surprising one. Every time I talk to you, it's like, this dude has a life that nobody else... so many things go on with you where I'm just like, you live a magical life. Sometimes I wonder if you just wander into an elf forest every now and then and just show up in different parts of the world and just see what's going on.
I don't know how to describe it. My life is peculiar. I just say yes a lot. Like, I get to try. Like, I love trying out new things, and I take opportunities. Oh my god, like the time that I was in Prague recently, and I went and I discovered just the creepiest art exhibit because, like...
We talked about this one with Zanny.
Yeah. A friend of a friend was showing us around Prague, and I went with Alfie. And a friend of a friend was showing us around, and he looked, and he's like, that door has never been open. And I'm like, let's go in.
And this was the point where me and Zanny both immediately said, see, that's how people end up in like horror movies. Like, I was specifically thinking about Hostel because that's set in Eastern Europe as well. And it was like, you wander into a random open door, you become part of the display. But no, please say what happened, because it turned into a magical experience again.
That's what I don't know. My life is weird. I don't know how to describe it. I am very much a homebody, to be clear. Like, I don't know. I feel like my life is pretty mundane.
I mean, and yet, how's the hurdy-gurdy go?
It's going great. I want to record stuff. I actually played the hurdy-gurdy for my cover song.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. I'm doing another very soon.
I was gonna say, is that why the setup is big enough that you can do that? You want to like actually record hurdy-gurdy music and release it online?
Yes. That's my hope. I want to do more. I want to do more music. I owe a cover song actually from my retirement, from my streaming retirement.
Yeah.
So I have picked. I think I have picked a song. I keep oscillating. There are a few songs that I want to do, and I keep oscillating.
It's always good to have choices. I love people in chat just being like, how is what he's doing mundane? But yeah, we got a lot of fans of you in chat right now. Just excited. More cover songs. Yeah, Ridium. Hurdy-gurdy is so great. Fred plays a mean Gurdy. So yeah, I'm glad people showed up.
Yeah, hi guys.
But yeah,
I exist.
You exist. It's been a while since the last video upload, to be.
Yeah, I'm currently writing the script for the new video. I've been very ill over and over again for the past like 4 months or so. So like it's been held up. I wanted it out by the end of last year, but you know, sometimes health happens.
Exactly.
But script's getting done. So I want it out next month.
Sounds awesome. And obviously no rush whatsoever. Take your time because you don't want to spend it.
I want this. I need this out. I need to get this done because I have other things that need done, right? Like
other creative things or like other life things?
No, other work, like creative things now. A lot of my life stuff is done. I have
good.
A lot of it's just like I have so many things that need doing, right? I can't talk about all of it. Some of it's hush hush, but
got you. I'm glad to hear it, though. I'm glad things are getting back under control. So, yeah. And I'm glad their health is under control, because that's always terrifying.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm doing a lot better. But I am going to be taking it easy. I'm trying to reduce my stress levels. I've been very stressed for a long time.
Yeah, and that's the silent killer. You definitely don't want that to, like, stay in and creep up on you. So, yeah. I mean, we talked about work-life balance a lot in the past. So, yeah, you got to find it. Oh, okay, but that's all good. Welcome, everybody. I will tell you guys what the plan is for today. The plan for today is we're just going to talk, shoot the shit, as we have been so far. Talk about some, like, creative process kind of stuff. Like, I would like to ask more questions to Fred about, like, a couple of things, like the way that he does his creative process. Because, yeah, doing, like, episodic content, like, I feel when I used to do things like video essays, I would, like, lock in on one project and just, like, disappear for a few months and then come back with it, and then it would, like, consume my life at that time. I'd feel burned out by the time I was done, but then I'd get, like, the release of endorphins, and it'd be like, okay, on to the next one, and it would constantly be a cycle of, like, we're so back, and oh, I'm so over. So that was mine back then, and nowadays, like, balancing things between streaming and creative things and business side of things, it is very much just a case of trying to do a little bit of each thing every day and dividing up the week instead. So, completely different. So I'd love to talk a bit about that. Other than that, we're going to be, we each have 3 to 4 writing samples from things that we've done. Fred has, like, a varied sample of things, from creative writing to more narrative storytelling, script writing.
I'm finally writing fiction again, and, like, finally, it's been a million years, but because I do so much nonfiction. Yeah.
I sold you out a bit earlier. I've already talked to my chat about the fact that I was blessed enough to read one of your fiction pieces a while ago, and just, like, how amazing it was and how much it inspired me. So I'm very excited to see which writing examples you brought today.
Oh, shucks. I brought, one of them is very long. Some of my viewers will know. One of them I brought is a later draft, what is now almost the final draft of an essay that I wrote a while ago called How the Pee Pee Poo Poo Song Inspired in Me a Seething Rage.
The funniest thing is, from anybody else, it would be like, okay, so this is a shitpost. Meanwhile, I know this is actually going to be very interestingly thought out.
No, this is deadly serious.
No, I know.
It is a deadly serious essay.
That's the thing. I could see that being, like, one of my VTuber friends who comes in and, like, acts serious for, like, a half an hour trying not to laugh while saying something. But I know for you, it's like you looked at this piece of media and actually got an in-depth dive into it. So this is going to be fascinating.
I got so mad.
I'm very
it is long.
Interested to hear this. Your ones are a bit longer than mine, but don't worry about it. Like, we've got as long as we want. Like, do you have any time limit?
Okay. Not really.
Okay. I was hoping, like, we won't go too much over 3 hours, but no, I'm good for, like, any amount of time. But we're just going to be, like, chilling. My ones are pretty short anyway. I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on some of them. I've got a fun one on number 2, but there's a reason for that. But
okay.
But that's what we're going to do. We're going to bounce back and forwards. I'm going to do, like, an example of my writing. Fred's going to do an example of his writing. We're going to each, like, analyze each other's writing and be critical. Like, I've told Fred, be, like, critical with mine. Destroy it. I'm a very amateur writer. So
I am. I've been doing it. And I've been writing professionally for 10 years now, so.
Exactly. So it's very, very different levels, where my analysis of Fred's is going to be, like, more what I picked up from the writing and what I felt from it. Meanwhile, Fred's to me is going to be more like, this is where you need to work on things. This might, like, occasionally there might be something where it's like, I see what you were going for here, kind of thing. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm a very nuts and bolts writer. Like, I'm going to be looking at, like, I'm not going to be saying, oh, you should keep the sentence length like this, right? Like, because, like, it is very creative at the end of the day. I'm not going to be saying, like, your average of sentence length must be 7.5 words. Like, I'm not going to be that problem.
It's not down to a science. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not like that. But I am going to be like looking a little more like precisely at whether or not something works and mechanically why it doesn't work or why it does work.
This should be fun. I am partly terrified, but this should be a fun time. Do you want to dive into it, or do you want to chat about?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, we can chat about writing. Like, give people time to file in, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like this is going to be
speaking-
the type of video more people will check out the VOD than anything else.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. I will say again, right? Like, I am primarily a nonfiction writer. And even though my videos are quite long, I write very dense. Like, for me, my personal preference is high density, as much information as possible in as small a space as possible, while still maintaining flow, right? Like, I really like it when there are multiple things being implied by a single sentence or a single phrase, or there are multiple interpretations and all of them offer some insight, right? Like, I love my density.
No. That's
and it's not just it's not just about giving a lot of information.
no,
It's
exactly.
about
the specific word choice.
yeah. I love precision.
I think that is the sign of a good writer, because I think anyone can like go nuts and spend like paragraphs and paragraphs just describing the way the rain feels on their skin, but it takes a very good writer to be able to describe an entire environment through just like 2 to 3 sentences in a way that makes you feel the emotion and puts you into, if it's like fictional prose, like a character's head, and if it's like a non-fiction thing, just gets you into the right atmosphere. And it's also interesting with you because you also have worked very hard when it comes to like your tone of voice, this rate at which you speak, as well as just like the writing itself. So that's going to be interesting to talk about as we go through as well.
Yeah, when I think of pacing, I am thinking of the way that a person is digesting what they are reading. One way in which I believe that writing has advanced as a medium is that people have gotten better at writing in a reader-oriented way. Now, I also feel like I should specify there is nothing wrong with writing for yourself, right? Like, if you want to write fanfic and throw it up on AO3 and not worry about anyone else reading it, and you just want it up there to be like, I wrote something. Yeah, that is fine, right? Like, I am never going to get on someone's ass for that. However, that is not my writing. I am a reader-oriented writer. I am constantly considering how the reader is reading it. That is paramount to me. And I think that writers, over time, have gotten better. Like,
Oh, yeah.
sure, like, you have classical composers, right? And they are very important in the history of musical composition, but that doesn't mean that a modern composer can't be better than Mozart. The standards have just risen very high, right, comparatively, because people have learned what works and what doesn't. It's why movements tend to flow into one another in pieces in the modern day, whereas they used to be very like distinct from one another. That was a style. But generally, composers have agreed, okay, this isn't as good, right? Like, unless it is a very purposeful decision. And in that way, the field of music has advanced. And in the same way, the field of writing has advanced. Writers are, on average, better because they have learned from writers beforehand. And I think that one way in which writers have gotten better is knowing when to give space for a reader to digest something, and then and not barraging people, and also sentence structure, right? Sentence structures that are easier to digest, that make more sense, that can still be very long and flowing and complicated, but are easier to understand as you are reading it.
And nowadays we like know how like that works psychologically. Like I feel especially because writing is something that has been like so marketed nowadays. Like, we know different audiences You know, like if you're writing for a certain type of audience, you might want a certain type of writing. Different type of audience might have a completely different type, but there is like almost, you're right, a science down to like what makes a person feel a certain way when they're reading something. Not always completely specific, but yeah, it's like the idea of like the long flowing sentence structure can work both to slow down a reader's engagement and let them digest things slowly, or it can do the opposite and feel like somebody's spiraling. The short sentence structure can feel like thoughts in a character's mind coming at you quickly and barraging you, the same way that you might have when something's destroying your mind when you're not able to focus on one thing. And then it can also just show you like, short sentence, this is the only thing you're thinking about right now if it takes up like a whole paragraph kind of thing. There is so much technicality to writing that you really like have to spend ages actually digesting and understanding, and it's something that I have only really begun like looking into in the last like year or so. So I am very much like an amateur of that and like learning new things and being like, oh, that's how it works this way, and like, ooh, yeah. I'm definitely one of the people who does like a purple prose kind of thing as well, where I will like over explain and then my second draft will be like, and here's when I cut off so many other things, where it's like none of that was needed. It was just my mind view at the time, and it was like, it's not needed for the reader to actually understand everything. They can fill in the blanks.
Right. Well, maybe we'll be able, what I have found is, especially with amateur writers, often amateur writers are a lot closer to like good writing than they think they are. I have personally found reading amateurs writing that usually they just make a couple of mistakes, but they just make those mistakes a lot.
Continuously, yeah.
And so maybe what we can do when we look through your samples that you provided today, maybe we can identify 2 or 3 bad habits that you can keep in mind and quash.
Yeah.
And then I'm willing to bet if we can identify those, you will see a massive improvement.
Not just in like the quality of writing, but also the speed. Because like, for me, it's one of those things where I do a first draft and then I come back like a day later and then I hate everything and rewrite everything. And then I come back like 3 days later and I'm like, that's not so bad. And I make some changes. It takes me like 5 drafts before I'm even willing to share something as what I would consider a first draft. I'm very much like cautious about things, and even then I'll come back like months later and be like, oh god, that was bad, what were you doing?
Yeah, that's something that you'll learn to wrangle the more that you write.
And that's the thing, any skill like this is something that you do have to work out for a lifetime if you actually want to get better at it. If you just want to like do it for fun, I mean, that's the thing. I'm doing this for fun, but I also want to get better at it while I'm doing it. So this is why I'm going to love this today, because I get to have somebody who's not trying to be nice, who's not like trying to bring out the good things and trying to be like, here's what we like, because we don't want you to quit. We want you to keep going, so we'll only say the nice things. So yeah, feel free to tear into everything.
So what I have found most useful, and I think that the best way to approach writing is to have a clear idea of what you want to say in mind, and then as long as you have that, you can look at the writing and ask yourself, is this working to communicate that? Is this communicating it in a way that I want? And from there, you can say, no, that's not good enough, right? And it's not good enough for you. If you look at the prose and say, this is not invoking the feelings that I want. And that, because it's really hard to say creatively when something is good enough. When you are looking at writing, writing is very difficult because it is a very abstract medium. I would say the only medium that is more abstract than writing is music. Maybe dance. Some kinds of dance are more abstract, but dance can still be very literal. So I still think like it goes music, writing, dance. But I think that a good stopping point for your writing is when you read something you've written and you say, yes, this is invoking the feeling that I want, and it's doing the feeling justice.
One thing I will say, because yeah, hearing that from Fred, very true. At the same time, because this is something I've had to deal with myself as well. there is also the fact that sometimes you just need to write something that isn't going to be, even if you read it through 100 times, you may like do your best to edit it and get it down. You may get falling into a trap where it's just like you're never happy with it. Sometimes you just have to release and share things with people when you are an amateur and when you know like this isn't the level that I want it to be at yet, just so that you can release something, move on to the next thing, and like keep getting better essentially. Like
yeah, you just gotta do it.
Yeah, because a lot of people get stuck in their head, and I did this for a large part of my life, where it was like I would write, like you said, for myself, so nobody would see anything that I actually wrote, because I was scared that like, oh, if it's not perfect, it's not a good enough example of what I want to share with the world. But that just freezes you, because then you don't have critics, you don't have anybody other than yourself reading things. Sometimes you just need to get something out and take that first step. So yeah, that wasn't like any kind of like backstepping what you said. It's just like, I know I was the opposite direction as well, where sometimes you do need to release some crap and just realize like, this wasn't my best work, but we're going to keep going and moving forward and learn lessons from that. It's a step along the journey.
Yeah, it's way better to just it's really hard to critique your own work until it's done and locked in stone. And like, it's so hard because when it's still malleable, when you can still work it, it's very easy to say, oh, this isn't good enough. Or it's easy to say, yeah, screw it, right? Only when it's finished and set in stone is it easy to say, this doesn't work, right? Like the moment that you can't change it anymore, that's like, and so that's why it's really important to call something finished, because only when you have declared something finished can you say that it's not good enough with any level of certainty. So what I would, when you are learning, the best advice I can give is no idea is sacred. This is the easiest trap that amateur writers fall into. They have this grand idea, this incredible plot in their head with characters that they've fallen in love with, and so they spend years writing it, and then they think that this is their magnum opus. This is going to be their magnum opus. I am telling you right now, no, it's not. I don't care how much you love this story. I don't care how much you love the world or its characters. The idea is not good. Because categorically, there are no good ideas. There are only well-written ones. And if you write something and you finish it, you decide it's not good enough, there will be another idea down the road. There are always more. There's a reason that idea guy is not something that places hire for.
And if anything, you wouldn't want to write a magnum opus. You want every work to be like something new and interesting. Like, it reminds me of that interview that I think his name is Isayama, the guy who wrote Attack on Titan, had recently, where he has basically stated Attack on Titan is his magnum opus. He does not believe he will ever do anything on that level again, which is why he spent so much time marketing it and doing side stories. And like, he's made an absolutely amazing creation that people love. So no disrespect there. It's just, you wouldn't want to fall into that mindset of like, okay, now I'm burned out. I've done the best idea I can, and I'm over. Like, unless you have like other things in your life that you want to do other than something creative, like you never want to feel like, okay, that was it. That's the best I could do. In my opinion,
I think sometimes that's something that a creative can only say with any certainty once they are very deep in their craft. Like, only when you have done a lot of stuff can you say, like, okay, yeah, this is certainly, like, the my peak, right? Like, I'm not gonna do better than this. But even then, right, like, plenty of people write what they think is their magnum opus, and then they make something better later, right? Like, creatives are notoriously bad. Yeah, creatives are notoriously horrible judges of their own creations.
And there's always that nagging voice at the back of your mind that tells you like either, oh, this is the greatest one, so you need to make it perfect, so don't release it until it's perfect, or the opposite, where it's like, you've already done your best work, you're a hack, you're done now, just give up. Like, never fall into those traps. Like, creativity should always be something that like helps you move on and escape. But yeah, when it comes to Satoshi Kon, Sorry, we're just getting into like a creative discussion now because I yap too much. We will get to the thing after this. But yeah, Satoshi Kon, I love how throughout like all of his movies, there were the strongest themes that clearly made up the things he was dealing with in his own life and trying to put through his creations, which were themes of like identity, who I actually am, what I present to the world versus like what I feel like I am inside. And he managed to level up the way he showed that through each of his movies with everything, the story, the animation, everything that came together. And it's a tragedy that we didn't get to see like his next one, to the point where they have the full script written out, but every anime director who's been brought on and asked like, could you make this movie, is like, there's no way I can make that movie. The final one he was working on, I forget its name, but everybody who's been approached with it was just like, you can't make that in anime. And Satoshi Kon was working on it because that's the type of thing he did. He just always found new visual levels of storytelling because he was like a storyteller who really had themes that he wanted to work on and things that he was dealing with in his mind and life that he wanted to share with people, which is just brilliant. But yeah, he just kept themes, like working on those themes in different ways with different stories and different worldviews.
Right, themes that he understood because he lived them, right? Like because they were something that lived with him at all times, and he found ways to communicate that nobody else really did. That's what makes a unique creator. Yeah, is they have a way of communicating the ideas that sit with them at all times. You never stop writing, right? A writer never stops writing because they're always thinking about how they're going to write this thing, right? That at least is my situation, right? Like I'll be showering and I'll just idea will come idly be thinking about something I'm writing, and then suddenly I'll have an epiphany, right?
You'll just realize like, oh, I should have wrote it this way. Like I should have done like this character's voice in this kind of way. This is a great plot point. How would I build to that kind of thing? Like, yeah.
Writing is like a puzzle. Writing is like a puzzle at its core. And you are constantly trying, like the solution is the idea that you are trying to communicate, and the solution is just figuring out a way to do it, right? Like, how do I put the words together in a way that communicates this idea properly?
Exactly, yeah. You get the different individual pieces of the puzzle, and then you have to, like, get the other pieces and connect it, get the connective tissue between things to actually weave it into a tapestry. Good way to look at it. Okay. Sorry, we can dive into the actual reading now. Part of this is probably me trying to avoid reading my own writing, but it is what it is. Would you be... Yeah, do you want me to read this out beginning to end, or paragraph by paragraph? Oh.
I did see a super chat that I kind of wanted to address.
Yeah. If you ever want to grab anything from chat, let me know. I can literally bring them up on screen. I was going to wait until the end of stream, but that's cool. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so someone was saying that they were forced to stop focusing on writing to focus on STEM, and it's been 10 years. And how do they rekindle the flame? Read. Earnestly. It's really hard to be a good writer if you do not love prose. Find a writer with beautiful prose. Like prose that you personally find beautiful. And that for me is often an inspiration. Like when I am struggling to be inspired, I read and like, oh my God, I keep bringing him up, but I just adore the writer J.G. Ballard. Because he is the right combination of cynical but also emotional. The way that he views the world, I resonate with. It's not about finding the best writer. It's about finding a writer that resonates with you. And if you want to find a good writer, a great way to go about it is picking up short story collections.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Illustrated Man is a great starting point for a short story collection. Kaleidoscope is one of the most beautiful short stories ever written, period. And it is in that collection. Everyone is forced to read The Veldt, but like in high school or middle school, I think that they should be reading Kaleidoscope. It is much more brutal, we'll say. Oh God, Joyce Carol Oates. Maybe you'll have a better experience with her than I did, because she is dark. Oh God, I took an entire college course just reading, like the college course was entirely just Joyce Carol Oates. Bad idea for me.
Was it you didn't like
no,
their writing
if
style, or was it just like
she's just
too dark?
The problem is that she pushes all of the buttons that make me feel bad. That's me though. Joyce Carol Oates is an amazing writer. It's just she just makes me depressed.
That's fair,
right?
And that's a good enough reason to like avoid something. Yeah.
But no, but yeah, do that. You relate to Joyce, yeah. Then yes. In that case, if you are having trouble rekindling that flame, read some Oates.
Read some Oates and just set apart some time, I would say. Just like try to get words on paper, because obviously this is just like from an amateur, but I've heard like a lot of people get in their head too much about actually doing it. One of the things that Stephen King famously said was just to like write 1,000 words in a day and just see what they look like a different day, to just like get them down, get it out of you, to actually get this ball rolling. Because a lot of people will think like, I should do that, I should plan for that, and think that everything has to be perfect and like create rituals in their mind that they have to do, or decide that they have to like set down like 2 weeks to write a whole novel at one time. You don't have to do that. If you want to get back into creative writing, just go ahead and start doing it when you feel like you have time. Just like a couple of hours can be enough to just do something. But yeah, for sure. And I'm glad you grabbed that. If you ever want to grab anything else from chat, please do let me know. I can literally bring it up on screen, and yeah, we can use those as talking points as well.
Sure. I just saw that and I'm like, this needs addressing now. Right?
Yeah.
Like I need to respond to this now. But different writing styles work for different people. Like my writing is very different than most people. I write very slowly, but my first draft is very close to my final draft because I'm constantly going back and tweaking.
Nice.
But that, like, I don't do it that way. I seem to be one of maybe 5 people in the world who does it that way successfully. So, like, but that's just because I'm a stubborn asshole. I just like writing that way. It is not usually that way for most people.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a complete opposite, where I'll throw down things on a page and then go back and realize like it's all description or it's all purple prose, and then go back and like take stuff out, rewrite things, retweak things. And then it will take like multiple drafts before I'm like, this is my first draft. And even then it's my first draft because I know it's the best I can do for now, and I need to move on to other things. And even then it's like, we'll see what other problems I have in the future. But yeah, that's the very much like the stage that I'm at, where it's just like, we'll throw things out and see what happens. I have a lot of like interesting stories in my head that I want to get out. Meanwhile, do I have the ability to write them? Maybe not, but I have the ability to like start them for now, and then hopefully get better as we go on and like create better ones in the future.
Yeah. Hong, perfect. Do it.
Okay.
That's, like, I've given you the best advice I can. No, that's great. You have a collected short stories of Oates. Oh my! You might know Oates for the story "Where Are You Going? Where Have You Been?" Every American has to read that.
I wasn't raised in America.
Yeah, it's fine. It is a horrifying story.
Oh, sounds interesting. What's it about?
No, it's oh
God, is this one of the ones that we don't have to talk about it if it's one of the ones that like will set you off?
It's it's about a girl who skips church, and then someone shows up, like a couple of very strange men show up in front of the house and start trying different tactics to get her to come out and ride in the car with them.
Jesus.
Joyce Carol Oates covers themes that I do not do well with. I'll put it that way.
Got you.
I think maybe I've talked about those. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some discussions. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's very She covers like subject matter I do not do well with. But yeah, still very good story, right? Like incredible story.
Yeah, I mean, I love like reading things that just freak me the frick out, because at least you know when you put the book down and close it, like you're done. But yeah, There are some things that are just like, yeah, when themes just hit you the wrong way, it's like, no, I don't need that in my mind right now. So always
certain
understandable.
themes I don't do well with.
Yeah.
I
will read this first one. Yeah, we will dive
Mm-hmm.
into this one. I'll read this first one. It's pretty short. Most of mine are shorter than 2 pages on this, and the text is pretty big, so it's legible, so it won't take long.
Mm-hmm.
Even in death, the butterfly is beautiful. Suspended in the air on silver thread, it rotates just enough to show each feature. A final bow before the curtain call. Delicate wings so thin and pale at the center that they appear clear as glass. Each gasp of wind which rattles its way through the forest lifts the butterfly, carrying it high in the air. At its zenith, its wings catch the light of the setting sun, shining iridescent with all the colors of a rainbow before inevitably clashing down as far as its tethers allow. The tips of its wings are as dark as the night to come, a pale gray forming in the space between body and wing. Moments ago, they had beat with all the ferocity they could muster. All that energy, all the struggle, only served to tangle the butterfly, wings catching on more of the threads which now dangle the body like a noose. Even the purple spots, usually a warning against predators, do nothing to slow the descent of the shadow looming above. With all its fight gone out, the butterfly has grown still, basking in the golden light that will be its last. Is it appreciating this final gift of beauty as I do its soon-to-be corpse? Has it lost itself to despair, blinding itself to what the world has left to offer? Or like so many of us when we see oblivion on the horizon, has it already given in, allowing light, warmth, and sound to dull into a haze hardly decipherable from the oncoming void? One final sigh of wind lifts the butterfly, tearing it just out of reach of the spider's fangs. The venom would save it from any more pain, a quick end preserving the beautiful moment as its last. Instead, the butterfly feels the embrace of darkness, the chill of the unknown as it is swallowed whole into an abyss while it can still feel. The hands of a child too innocent to see the futility in her actions. For a moment, the butterfly would feel the warmth of her embrace, the hands which had reached as far as her body could stretch to save him from death. And then he was dumped onto the earth, cold and threatening as the shadows stretched long. The sense of fresh soil, manure, and sweat assault my nostrils at the girl's arrival. Blech. I can't help but smile as she does her usual ritual, making a circle with her hands around the butterfly and whispering the word enrichment. The word means nothing to the butterfly, which flaps its wings uselessly, stumbling over the uneven grass as it tries to escape this much larger threat. In all her excitement to save the bug, the child has dropped the corn she was carrying to the ground, a single ear signaling the upcoming harvest. I retrieve it, stalking along behind her as she scrambles after the butterfly on all fours. So that is just the opening to my story, Metamorphosis Lost. So it's very prose heavy. It doesn't super get into my actual writing style, which tends to be a bit more short sentences, more dialogue heavy, a bit more relaxed, but I was quite proud of this one, so I'm interested to see you tear it to pieces.
Okay.
Because I know there are a lot of things to talk about, so yeah, hit me.
Okay. The first line is tricky. Because it's implying that the butterfly is already dead, and that everything that comes after is showing that is showing the process of its death, which then gets interrupted. I think that there are ways to suggest it, but in this case, it feels a bit like an unfulfilled promise. Yes, the butterfly dies, but it implies you are describing the process of its death. I don't think that this requires ripping apart, to be clear. I think that this just requires a little bit more precision.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I like the idea. I like the idea of describing the death of a butterfly, then suddenly we zoom out to a much more practical human level reality, right? The small level is described. I like the concept of the small being described very verbosely, and then coming out to the practical. She saved the butterfly from a spider, and she's dropped an ear of corn in the process, right? I think that it would be more effective if that separation were more stark. Like you're ripping us out of like a very quick zoom out, right? Like imagine a movie where you're zoomed in on a butterfly, then suddenly you rack focus and zoom out, and suddenly like the butterfly is tiny and we're looking at a girl and like she's just playing around, and this is a world that we can understand. Also, this kind of prose is very tricky. This second paragraph technically. First, there are a few cliches.
There's always cliches in my writing.
So here's the thing. Cliches are really easy to identify, fortunately. Like, okay, so I will say, if cliches are a common problem, I have some really good news. Cliches are something really easy to fix. I prescribe you the essay Politics and the English Language by George Orwell. It is the most important piece of writing that I have ever read for my writing. It utterly transformed my writing. And he deals a lot with cliche and how to identify it, how it sounds, and how to fix it. And I think that it would benefit you a lot. Okay. But let's go through and look at it, right? So on Silver Thread is a cliche. But so here's the exciting thing, right? You have a very clear vision of your head of how this looks. I think a lot of this prose is quite beautiful. I think that by changing the cliches and removing some of them, we can make this sparkle.
Make it actually like more unique rather than a collection of cliches.
Yes. Okay, so here we go. Suspended in the air on a silver thread, it rotates just enough to show off each feature. So it's hanging on a piece of spider silk, right? Like it's stuck. Like, is that the implication here?
Yeah, it's just dangling at this point.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. You have another copy of this, right? That is like totally intact. You just copy paste it. Okay. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say. Delete a final bow before the curtain call. That's another cliche. Just try deleting it, because I'm willing to bet that it will make it punchier. Like, keep in mind that when you remove something, okay, don't think about trimming as pulling things away. Think about it as placing emphasis on what you leave behind. So it's not just a process of getting rid of things. It's a process of elevating things.
Focusing on the things that work better.
So here, how about this? Let's come up with another metaphor, like suspended in the air on silver thread. It rotates just enough to show off each feature. So this is very vague. I think that maybe there is a metaphor. So, like just suspended by a thread, right? Suspended in the air on a silver thread is a bit long, it's clunky. Suspended in the air, boom, immediately you understand what that looks like, right? Like even in death, the butterfly is beautiful. Okay, so we'll change that line, but we have butterfly. Okay, we have butterfly in our head. Suspended in the air. Okay, it's suspended in the air. Maybe when we're talking about a specific butterfly, right? I know you're talking about like butterflies in general. You want to keep it general, but you can still be specific, because this is a specific butterfly, and I don't think anything would be lost by denoting it as a specific butterfly, because in this case, the individual can stand for all butterflies, right? I don't think there's anything lost by making it a little more concrete. So suspended in the air, its body rotates. What about suspended in the air? It rotates. Yeah, its body rotates. We can come up with a metaphor. A metaphor would be good here. Its body rotates like a figure in a music box.
Oh, that's good. Damn you.
Well, see, this is the thing, right? Like, so when you're trying to come up with original metaphor, imagine what it looks like in your head and then try to compare it. You know how when
and
you...
that combines
you know
with
how-
the sentence we took out of like the final curtain call, because a figure in a music box is posed. It's, meant to be looked at.
Right, exactly. You're still invoking the same imagery. Think about it like this. When you are describing a flavor, you try to think of other flavors it reminds you of. All flavor is understood in the context of other flavor. Try to think of metaphor in the same way. This butterfly is rotating. How else have I seen this image in my head? And my immediate thought is the music box, right? It's... Oh, here we go. Its body rotates like a figure in a music box. Hear me. Whilst let's see. I'm thinking about how to do this because you need a lot of clarity at the opening. There are a few ways to structure this sentence, and I'm just thinking about the way to do it. You can say suspended in the air. Its body suspended in the air, comma, because it's an introductory clause. Its body rotates like a figure in a music box. Brushed by the breeze.
Brushed by the breeze.
Another really good thing, really active and descriptive verbs will do a lot for your writing. Be very precise with your verbiage, and you will be amazed at how your writing comes to life.
Yeah, I'm definitely still at the stage where occasionally not occasionally, often, I just use the ly words. The ones that just add like stronger emphasis on weak words, which I know is like a very like hallmark of amateur writing, where you don't know the proper word choice. But I like that. The other thing I was thinking, because that's good, I was thinking about trying to describe it as like an ice skater, because I'm trying to connect it to the final bow. I was thinking suspended in the air, it rotates. But maybe that's more clunky. An ice skater striking their final pose as the music fades to silence.
That's a really good metaphor. Yep, that's a very good metaphor. I think though that there are
it's a bit more clunky for sure than yours. Yours was great.
No. I like that. I like that. I think that this paragraph could do with structuring. Because at this moment, right, the butterfly is remaining completely still, right? It's rotating gently in the breeze. Then it starts panicking, right, and flapping wildly. I think like the thing that really made it hard for me to grip onto this is it wasn't, the action wasn't clear. I didn't have anything to grip onto. So right now, right, even in death, the butterfly is beautiful. Suspended in the air, its body rotates like a figure in a music box brushed by the breeze. Then let's see, delicate wings so thin and pale at the center they appear as clear as glass. Okay. Rattles his way through the forest, this butterfly. Sorry, I'm reading it through again.
No, dude.
This is a really...
this is fun.
This is tricky. I've seen it. So let's see. I think you can get rid of the sentence, delicate wings so thin and pale. Like, you can get rid of that whole sentence. Because then each gasp brushed by the breeze, each gasp of wind rattles, let's see. Which rattles its way through the forest. I think you can get rid of which rattles its way through the forest. Okay, so I'm going to teach you something real quick. Leave it up right now. So highlight it. Yeah, highlight it. Let me show you something that's very difficult. So actually, I will highlight it because I want to show something very specific here. This is, again, I'm a nuts and bolts writer. This right here, this is a clause that acts as the subject of the sentence. You could replace this, so just functionally, I'm not saying that we want to do this now, but you could say the wind, and it would act as the exact, it would serve the exact same function in the sentence. It is the subject. each gasp of wind which rattles its way through the forest.
You're right. The
That
wind
is the
lifts
subject,
the butterfly.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Which, yeah, in this case, I wouldn't want to do because I want that to, like, be a long sentence, which makes it slow down. Because in my mind, the idea is we're focusing on this beautiful moment where it gets lifted, knowing that it's going to crash down, and maybe that's the bit where it should go shorter kind of thing. But I see what you're saying is that I am very, like, clunky with my writing and very purple prosy, where things get extended where they really, really don't need to.
Well, there's nothing wrong with purple prose as long as you are precise about it. Like, I love purple prose sometimes, right? Like, please, like, when I love a writer's prose, it's like, please, just keep writing about this. Like, just
some
keep
writers
going
can
on.
really do it.
Yeah. But here I'm teaching you, this acts as the subject. Like, you know how when you are told, like, a sentence needs a subject and it needs a verb, right? This, like, when we're talking nuts and bolts writing, this is the subject. Look at how long that subject is, and it's not even the butterfly, right? The butterfly is the object in the sentence, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it means we gotta get to the butterfly as quickly as we can, because that's the focus. I also think that it doesn't work because right now we're on the micro scale, right? We are looking at things from the butterfly's perspective. Well, not necessarily, right? You're thinking about looking at it from a large scale and appreciating it as it is. So I think that including the idea. So what's interesting to me about this is we have the wind that's rattling through the forest. We can hear it. We know that the wind is going to blow it, but the butterfly does not. That, I think, is the more interesting aspect of hearing the wind. I understand that you probably included this because you want to make it more sensory, right? You want to hear the wind, but also be thinking about how it supports the themes and the ideas that you want. If it doesn't support your themes or your ideas, then it is extraneous. Yeah. And if it's extraneous, you need to ask yourself, is it distracting? Because sometimes extraneous detail can be okay if it serves another function, but in this case, it's distracting from the core ideas that we're trying to get at here.
That's why I wanted you to be, like, specific with this, because now I get it, because, yeah, I can tell you exactly where that came from when I was writing it. It was the idea of, like, a death rattle. I wanted to connect everything back to death, but you're right. It could have been done in a much more simplistic way, or I could have at least tied it into the theme, like you said, about the butterfly not understanding the wind was coming, not knowing what the wind is. So I could have connected that back to the idea of the butterfly then trying to beat its wings and trying to fight again for survival for a moment, and then come back to the spider drawing it in, because then it does show, like, this is just a dumb butterfly, even though to us this is just the wind rattling through the things. To it, something could be grabbing it, could be attacking it. It doesn't have that level of understanding, which is, would have fit into the themes more.
We do, exactly.
Yeah,
now you're thinking. Now you're cooking.
Because, as you said,
there you go.
That is where the amateur thought came from, was death rattle. That's going to be cool to describe the wind as. Meanwhile, it doesn't connect into the full subject of the meaning of the full paragraph. So, that definitely helped it fit into my mind more.
We get there, right? Like, we get there. There is a place for this idea, perhaps. It's just not here. I think that, and this is the problem with amateur writers as well. They have so many ideas and they want to get them out all at once. The trouble is always structure. Like, where do you put it? So, so I understand you're trying to avoid, like, the I here. You're trying to stay general, but maybe, right? There's a decision to be made here. I think that there may be a place for adding the first person here, right? I hear the wind rattling through the forest, but the butterfly does not. right? So if you do that, we're more grounded, and maybe we can introduce some ideas all at once again. Because now we have a concrete, like if we have an eye, right? Like I am looking at the butterfly. Now we have something concrete, and we can relate it all to that, and we can introduce more ideas at once. Alternatively, you can stay vague. You can wait a little bit longer, which I think you want to do because you're more introducing some ideas and themes. You want to remain a little bit more abstract. In that case, we just need to either get rid of this or move it. So its body rotates like a figure in a music box brushed by the breeze. Like, am I making sense? Let me know if I'm.
No, you're
doing a bit
100%
too much
making
at once.
sense.
Okay.
My only next thought is, yeah, if we take that out, the rest of the sentences kind of connect to that, so it might be one of the things where it would have to be a whole rewrite from that point on down to
that's
a
fine.
different thing.
That's fine, right? Like, I actually think that we can rewrite this really easily. So, suspended in the air, its body rotates like a figure in a music box. You know what? Here we go. Better way to do it. Suspended in the air, its body, suspended in the air, its body, let's see. This might take a little bit, like, this might be the boring part, but I do think that this requires a bit of restructuring. There are a few ways you could do this. You could say, music. Well, the problem is brushed by the breeze could potentially be connected to the music box rather than its body. We should probably just get rid of brushed by the breeze, just like get rid of that.
Okay.
I think I'm just commenting, so if you delete that,
Oh,
right?
you should have editing things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here, let me try this then.
Oh, go for it.
Okay, you got it. Each, let's try this. Okay, let's just delete this, right? Bam.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I do have editing privileges.
Yeah.
Suspended in the air, its body rotates like a figure in a music box. Suddenly, like, look, we deleted all of that, but look at how much focus this has put on this sentence, right? It's so much more vivid. Because we're not worried about other things impinging upon this imagery. Now, all of the meaning, all of the thought is condensed into this single sentence. Suddenly, the butterfly, like, it is a figure in a music box. It is contained. It is something to be appreciated. And it is something that we, as the viewer, are observing. Like an object. Like, in this way, we have now objectified the butterfly, and that concept still comes in without the rest of, like, without the following two sentences. You see what I mean? Like, trimming away just puts more emphasis in other places. Sort of like, think of it like a recipe, right? If you get rid of a spice, well, that just puts more emphasis on the other spices.
Yeah. So I don't think I really need the next sentence at all either. Because that one was connected to it being lifted in the wind. And that's more of like a visual thing that doesn't really connect to the themes either, whereas the next one...
Maybe. Yeah, I feel like, again, right? Yeah, does this support your idea? And if not, we can get rid of it probably, or move it.
So I
yeah,
think
and here we go, right?
It starts to connect more directly to the idea of it fighting for survival. The colors that are here come to connect to like the purple that's supposed to scare away predators. And this, these colors are more important, whereas the other one was just to show, it was another entire sentence to just show the beauty of the butterfly, which, as you said, while it's rotating like a figure in a music box, is already like, does that by itself.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Suddenly, like, we are observing it. Right? The tips of its wings. So, as dark as the night is another cliche.
Yeah.
We can do this just with a good adjective, right? A solid adjective will do this. The tips of its wings. Like, we get to appreciate it now. How about this? The tips of its wings are a strong and certain black.
A strong
Like
and certain
certain-
black.
Strong and certain black. So here we are personifying the color black, right? But I like the idea of the butterfly is there is never a hesitation in its movements. That I got that from your writing, right? The butterfly is, and the butterfly does. It is simple in that way, and its beauty is simple because of that simplicity. It does not know what it is doing because it doesn't need to, because it simply is. And we can emphasize that by describing a part of its body and instilling it with that certainty. So I'm trying to pull meaning out of what you've written, and I'm like, how do I help enhance that?
Pale grey forming between body and wing. So yeah,
So-
I like that because it's the strong and certain
So-
black, and then the pale grey feels like it's more uncertain. And then we
Yeah,
go on to
so,
the
like-
sentence that's about it trying to fight for survival earlier.
So the tips of its wings are
So
a
maybe rather
strong
than a pale
and certain black. So a pale gray, fading to gray where it meets its body.
Pale,
Maybe.
fading to grey where it meets its body.
Like because this is like you're describing it, right? Like it becomes gray as it approaches the body, right? It's a gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strong and certain black.
Because that's not as clear the way you've written it. So the tips of its wings are a strong and certain black, though this certainty, what? I think that there are a lot of ways to put this. This is something that you probably need to cook, and I'm going to be impinging upon you if I try to do it myself,
Okay.
right?
Strong of its wings are strong. The tips of its
And then
wings
just
are strong and
describe
certain
that gradient, like the gradient turns it to gray as it meets the body. But yeah, one way to
I'm gonna fucking
one way
purple
to
plays this again. A spattering of white. Buttling of white. I don't like that. Fuck.
Where it fades to gay.
Fades to gay. Spots of white standing out. No, that feels clunky as well.
It's because, okay, so the problem is it's
I'm
the
trying to
verb.
put
No,
too
leave it. No. Actually, go back. Bring it back. Control Z. The problem with this is the verb standing out. There's probably a better verb.
Spots of white.
Spots of white might also be a little vague, but it's standing out. That's a weak verb.
Standing out, glaring.
Yeah. If you can't come up with something, maybe the structure is wrong. The tips of its wings are a strong and certain black.
Tips of its wings are a strong and certain black.
So right now we don't know where it's fading, right?
Yeah.
Or even here, how about this? Diminishing to a pale gray as it approaches the body.
That works really well.
Diminishing.
Diminishing to gray.
As it I would say here, I'm gonna fuck with it.
Go for it.
As it approaches its body. Moments ago, they had beat with all the ferocity they could muster. But that something is gone now, right? Something I like is when writing about finality, writing in very simple language can be really striking, right? Like I think of Ozymandias, right? Like describing the statue. I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, the mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Really simple vocabulary, but it's describing the finality. Finality in simple language is just a strong choice, always. Moments ago, they had beat with all the ferocity they could muster, but that fight is gone now.
What about no more? Moments
no more?
Ago, they had beat with all the ferocity they could muster. No more. All that energy.
That kind of curt ending needs to be earned, and we're too early in the paragraph. We're too early.
Okay.
We haven't earned that yet.
Moments ago, they beat with all the ferocity they could muster. How did you put it?
Let's see. But that fight is gone now. Muster, I would say comma here. I'll write it and you just change it how you want. That fight is gone now.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. But that fight is gone now, comma, having served only. Oh, yep, having served only. Onluki.
Yeah, no, we're both having this issue today.
to tangle the butterfly further. Okay, I'm going to teach you all something fun now.
Oh.
The difference between farther and further.
Did I fuck up on that?
No, you didn't.
Oh,
you were
okay.
correct. I'm just like, this is a fun little teaching moment for stream. Farther is an adjective. It describes distance. Further is a verb. It means to continue something. Farther has an A for adjective. Farther has an A for adjective.
I hate things
so
like
if
this.
you say I'm going to go farther, right? Or if I am going, and then if I say I'm going to further my efforts. Yeah, farther is an adjective, further is a verb.
Tangle the butterfly further.
Wings catching on more threads.
Which now dangle.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Now
that's...
dangle the body like a noose. Okay, that's a little bit of a cliche. We can turn that cliche into something fresh. Now dangle the body like a failed hanging.
Ooh.
Here we introduce the we're starting to get a little bit of the character's idea, right? Like, this is not as it should be. So for those who don't know, if you screw up a hanging, it is possible for a person to survive the drop, and then they just strangle to death. Ideally, that wasn't supposed to happen, but
yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's very morbid, but yeah, if we wanted to, we could even take that in the direction of the butterfly then trying to struggle when the spider starts to descend, connecting that to the idea of like a body spasming while it's reaching like its final moments.
Yeah.
Not
so here, let's
right
read
now.
what we have now. Even in death, the butterfly is beautiful. Suspended in the air, its body rotates like a figure in a music box. The tips of its wings are a strong and certain black, diminishing to gray as it approaches the body. Moments ago, they had beat with all the ferocity they could muster, but that fight is gone now, having served only to tangle the butterfly further, wings catching on more threads which now dangle its body like a failed hanging.
God damn. Yeah, the failed hanging is crazy. Jesus, dude.
But you said, like, nothing that I have done is magic here, right? Like, we've just looked practically at what is working, what isn't, gotten rid of what isn't working, adjusted what does work into a fashion that better represents the idea you are trying to communicate. Everything here is you, right? Like, these are all your ideas. It's just it's wrangling the words to do what you want them to.
I would argue you had a lot of input in that. But no, I do get what you mean.
Well, no, I was just working off of your ideas, right? Like, all of these concepts are yours.
No, I get
right?
that 100%.
Like, it's just
you
bringing them out.
You got what I was aiming for from the fucking beginning. That's what I love. The fact that you were talking about the idea of when you said I should focus more on like the whiplash or like a more immediate pull out from like the butterfly in this small microcosm, zoom out to the girl's hands, and the fact that it felt like I was not fulfilling a promise. That's actually the theme of the novel, since this is about a character who deals with lost souls that are already technically dead when he meets them. So yeah, that is the idea of like, it's like a question throughout the story of, does any of this have any purpose connecting between... I'm trying not to spoil the entire story.
Okay. You know what? I get the idea. Okay. Let me see if I get this right. Let me try changing the line, and let's see if this captures your idea better, right? The butterfly should have been dead already.
Oh. I like that.
We have a value judgment. We have a value judgment now. Should have.
And that is much more like focused on the character, yeah, rather than just an observation. Very simple observation versus this is what the character is thinking. That's amazing. God damn.
So this is... I think that you have a lot of the tools that you need to communicate these ideas. I think that what you are lacking right now... Okay, so first of all, cliches, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nuts and bolts. Cliches are there. Just start looking through your writing and say, where can I use a more vivid metaphor? Because a cliche is a metaphor that has worn out all punch. A good metaphor has punch. It gives vividness to an idea, whereas a cliche is a worn-out metaphor. It's been used to the point that it does not inspire the feelings that you want. So I think that you have good themes, you have solid themes, you have good ideas, you know where you want it to go. Now you just need to have confidence. Stop worrying about the writing 101 bullshit about like, oh, establish the character, make sure that you have all the senses being invoked. Nah, fuck that, right? You don't need all of them. They're helpful, but you don't need to invoke all 5 senses, right? Instead, just ask yourself, okay, I've got some themes. How do I communicate those, right? Like, what in my writing here is helping share those themes? Like, don't think this isn't here to impress your professor. This is here to engross a reader. The goals are very different.
Yeah, okay.
What you need now is confidence. Like, so everything that you have written, it communicates to me that you are probably a better writer than you think you are. I think that you being in front, writing for an audience already for your rough drafts, like knowing that you're showing it, is making you scared. I think, like, just reading this, I think you're scared because you're afraid that you're going to miss some fundamental, right? Or you're going like, oh man, a writing 101 student would know what to do better here. And so you get scared and you recoil and you settle for
fall back on things that have worked in the past. Cliches.
Right. And you're too afraid to really go full bore at this. Like you're afraid to embody your themes because you're more worried about making sure that the moment to moment writing is functional rather than vivid. And I think that what you need to do is be more confident. Good writers will regularly forget the basics, like, or just they're not worried about it and the basics can come later, right? Because the biggest sin that you can commit is not adhering to your themes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you need to find your confidence.
Okay.
I think the reason that you fall back on cliches is because, like, even your reliance on cliches speaks to a lack of confidence, because you say, well, I'm just going to go with a metaphor that people know and is tried and true.
Yeah, basically substituting my own thoughts with somebody else's things that have worked in the past so many times that they just do, pack no punch because everybody has already heard them time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. A death rattle, interesting metaphor, a powerful image, but you have your own metaphors. We need those, because those are the ones that are going to actually help give you voice. I think that right now, your fear is impinging upon your voice. You need to have confidence that your life experience will help you represent this, right? That the images in your mind connected to the feelings you want to share are enough.
Okay. Cool. No, I do like that. And I'm sorry that I'm just like being quiet about things. It is very much a thing where I am connecting with that quite a bit and being like, yeah, no, that is probably where a lot of things come from. Because I think that's why I tend to over-explain action by action as well. Because in my mind, it's like, if I don't get the image across in the safest way possible, I'm probably going to fuck it up in general. And people just aren't going to understand what I'm actually trying to say, kind of thing. If that makes any sense. It's like falling back on cliches and what is the safest thing possible just because I don't have the confidence just to focus on the things that are actually intentional in the story that would lead to the themes and that connect with things. Okay. I get the idea. That has definitely helped a lot. And I think that's going to help me a lot in like, as I keep going forward as well. Oof.
So much of it is like getting the right mindset, right? I think that in some ways, schooling teaches bad lessons. It teaches you to be a competent writer, but it stunts your progress if you want to go any farther. If you only take a first couple of classes, and there are a lot of things you have to unlearn, and this is one of them.
Because, I've learned, like, the very basics. And that's it. So, yeah. Okay. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. I obviously, we have more writing to get to, but I hope that, like even just workshopping this one paragraph.
No, that helped so much more than you realize. Because you're right that I'm focusing on, like, the tiny things. Like a lot of the, parts of it are like trying to make certain sentences long and possibly twisting them up too much because I want like something to last a while in the viewer's head. There are all these like different lessons that I'm trying to work on that just like impede what should actually be tied into the themes and focused on. My brain. But no, that is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I do need more confidence. I do need to try out like more experimental things while also I definitely cliches, and I've like saved that Orwell thing, the one that talks about like overusing cliches and relying on them, because that is definitely you're going to see more of that as we go on, Fred.
And that's fine. Well, there might be similar problems with my writing, so
I very much doubt it or that I will see them. But like I said, I do like that, like you said, like the themes are definitely coming across. The unfulfilled promise and things, I just have to, work those into a way that works better and is definitely more snappy. Less like meandering to get to a point. Because it's not that... That's the thing that I hear a lot of people say is it feels like they're putting words on a page just to extend the word length. That's not what I'm doing, but at the same time, after going through that, I can see how much I am meandering to keep things safe almost, to feel like bullet point by bullet point kind of thing, just longer and longer. Oh, God. Can you write the Orwell thing in chat? Sure. 1 second. I have it saved.
Oh,
right here.
yeah. Politics and the English language.
Yeah, in fact, I'll link you to the Orwell Foundation page.
Truly, truly, I cannot emphasize enough how important that piece of writing was. It's also very funny, to be clear. It is a very funny essay.
Good shit. Okay, I am burned out right now.
Okay.
Can we move on to your one for now?
Yeah, sure. I have here's a bit of my fiction. I haven't done a lot of fiction lately, and so I'm curious to hear what you think. You can touch it if you like, she said. Go ahead. The fur draped around her neck was so soft that my fingertips hardly registered that they were touching anything at all. Isn't it delightful? A genuine Jaeger pelt from their latest collection. I tilted my head a bit. Jaeger, that's a Californian company, right? She nodded, and I immediately lost all interest in our date.
Damn.
Of course it was impressive. It was the product of genetic recombination that even the chemical geniuses in China would never be able to replicate. I had never met a Californian that I could tolerate, and she was proving to be no exception. I stomached another hour of her prattling on about how her ancestor had innovated a barely functional desalination device that bilked investors for over $1 billion, quite the sum at the time, before I deployed a lie about a wave of fatigue due to a rowdy patient at work, paid for our meal, and took my leave. The event I described was real, it just hadn't happened that day. An outright lie would have been rude. The pride with which she had described the fraud of her ancestor left a bad taste in my mouth, and so I took the train from the city center down to the riverfront and walked the last few blocks to the Hellebrand Lager House. And that's just the opening of this story.
The head voice is fucking insane. I kind of want to punch this guy, and he clearly thinks he's the smartest person in the room. But, you definitely get into his mind immediately. Also, the writing choices. My God. Fur draped around her neck was so soft that my fingertips hardly registered that they were touching anything at all. It's such a good description for something being, like, soft, ethereal. Like, just, like, moving through your... Oh, God, you can feel the fur. Jesus, Fred.
Right.
And yeah, you've got like world building in there.
Yeah, I struggled a lot with like, I had way more world building in the first draft of this, and I'm just like, I don't need any of that yet.
Yeah,
right?
You can
like
build
it's
up
enough to know.
Right now you want to introduce the character.
Yeah, like I'm introducing the character. We get a little bit more about the world as we go, but we know we're in a future world, right? Because like $1 billion was quite the sum at the time. Genetic recombination, the chemical geniuses in China. Okay, China has advanced, right? But yeah, that's like I trimmed so much of it away. It's like you don't need that much, right? Like I have more of the world in my head, but it's not necessary for this story, so I just trimmed it out.
Yeah, and it's enough that you, like, yeah, like you said, you get the setting, and anybody who's interested in that kind of sci-fi setting sees, like, oh, yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to pull you in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have, like, okay, so clearly chemistry and genetic recombination has advanced, all right, and this becomes relevant, right? But we already have an element of that.
Kushami, stop telling on me. I know. I fix it when I notice it. It takes me a second, but I always write it, and then I always fix it immediately. Oh, somebody in chat said, I hope this pops up on the Patreon, too.
Oh.
Also, yeah, just Jesus Christ. Even the way you read that first line was so seductive. The writing is seductive as it is, but yeah, blah. Yeah, you get an idea of who these two characters are immediately with so little actually put into it.
Yeah, like she disappears, but of course our main character sticks around, and he goes and meets his friend and coworker like he's surprised to see her. And here I describe her. Actually, I haven't gotten to this point yet. I'm about to get to it. I got rid of the interstitial part, but I liked this couple of sentences. She was just beginning to get the deep creases in her face that smoking inevitably carves, and I resisted the temptation to bring my fingers to my face and feel for the laugh lines that I knew were gradually becoming more visible.
Jesus. That's a good line, but man, the calves is great. It's so visceral. And also, I just want to punch this guy because, I mean, this is in his head, so that's the thing. Like, he's not saying this shit out loud as well, and he's very quick to point out, like, some things would be rude. We get to hear his head voice and hear what a bit of a dick he is, but at the same time, how much he respects the idea of, like, being polite and appearing more moral and high than other people.
Right, he's just like, he's just kind of sick of it, right? But then when he meets up with his coworker, he's a lot more, like, considerate. So he's talking about the creases in her face, but he's like, it's not judgmental, right? Like, it's not a judgmental observation. And so, yeah, he's nasty to this woman, but he's nasty because, like, she's proud of the fraud of her ancestor, and he's like, this is a bitch, right? Like, and so like he has this fucking California. So like America in this universe that becomes clearer, right? The Americas have become ostracized from the rest of the world.
Oh,
you don't get much from them anymore.
No, I mean, fair.
And she's like obnoxious old money.
Gotcha.
So that's but yeah, he is definitely dismissive of her. And that's what I was trying to get. Yeah, good. Yeah, he's nasty, right? He's nasty to her in his head.
Yeah, no, you get the idea that she's nasty as well, just in different ways. He's nasty to her, but he also like sees that she is old money, and they just don't have the same values for sure. She would probably look down on him, like when she actually figured out the type of person he was, I'd imagine as well.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. Terrible people.
Yeah, it's great. I think terrible people can be interesting.
Always, yes, because so often we're like more on the surface level with things where, something would have been rude, so we don't do something. We just don't actively see that. That's the great thing about fiction, is being able to hear those parts in the mind and see some of the fucked up things. The use of a pelt too is really good. Oh.
I try, I can kind of share some of my thought process as well, right?
I like the idea. Sorry, I was just going to say, I like the idea of like her being so excited about this, like the Jaeger thing. Genuine Jaeger pelt from their latest collection, but it's not even like a real animal. Even that is synthetic. Some people nowadays balk at the idea of like synthetic fur and like the original, even though it's a cruel fucking process. But now they're actually like genetically modifying specific things to get even more specific types of fur. Oof.
There's a little, I purposefully leave a little bit of ambiguity, right? Like, did they genetically recombine an animal and then like give birth to that animal? Or is this fur produced in vitro, right? Like, it's not sure, right? Like, it's not certain. Like, there are genetic recombination facilities, obviously, but how do they produce it exactly? We don't know. And there's also, my choice of the company name Jaeger is purposefully like tongue-in-cheek. Jaeger is a hunter. German word for hunter. Yeah, but these aren't hunters, these are genetic recombinators, right? Like there's already a lie
connected to that kind of feeling. I didn't even think about the fact that I guess you can even like lab print meat nowadays. So this could actually be a slightly less cruel version where they've done this DNA kind of, again, this is just me realizing my own thought process in that and being like, holy shit, I just assumed like, oh, they're doing something even more cruel by creating a genetic strain just so that they can harvest its fur and make it as pretty as possible. Meanwhile, it could be like they created a strain and they're only printing the fur itself without ever actually like creating a sentient being that they had to like then slaughter and take.
Right. But you don't know,
Exactly,
right? Like
yeah.
it's left vague. It's left vague on purpose. Like I originally had something more specific, but I got rid of it because I thought it was superfluous. It took up space, and also it's a little more interesting if you're not sure.
Gotcha.
But yeah, my verbiage is very precise. So let's see. I tilted my head a bit, right? This is, if I was just writing third person, I would have omitted a bit. But this is a like first person omniscient, like not first person omniscient. What would you call it? It's just a first person. And so he tilted it a bit, right? You can have little flourishes like that when it's first person. You can get away with things like that.
First person omniscient would be fascinating though. Writing
first
as a god.
First person omniscience. Oh no, well, no, first person omniscient just means that it's a person describing the events as though they had all of the knowledge. Let's see. My verbiage is pretty precise. It was the product of genetic recombination, right? The precise use of the word product. Like it is a product, but it's also the product of doing this. It is correct in multiple readings. I had never met there are a couple of like punchy moments, right? I immediately lost all interest in our date. Like, all right, we know where we are, right? Like this establishes it really well. Like we know what we're doing, we know what's happening, and we know how this character feels about the other character. It gives something concrete. Like we know where we are immediately, but we're also being given as much as I can. Like I'm giving as much as I can. Yeah, I've never met a California I could tolerate, and she was proving to be no exception. I stomached another hour of her prattling on. So I stomached her prattling on. That's another precise verb. Had innovated, and this is a bit of irony, right? He innovated a barely functional desalination device. Like, congrats, you made something bad. Like, you innovated it, sure. It's invoking the sort of language of Silicon Valley, innovation. But it's not actually that much of an innovation, right? Like, sure, you innovated a bad method of desalination. And then the term deploying a lie, right? As
Sounds
if it is a
tactical.
drone.
Oh,
yeah,
like a drone
exactly.
As well. Okay.
Yeah. I deployed it, right? It's functional. Deployed a lie about a wave of fatigue due to a rowdy patient at work. Yeah, the word patient, right? I was like, how... Like, this word helps to describe, okay, so he's in some sort of medical setting.
But then it also doubles
paid
up
for
with,
our
like,
meal.
his patience running out kind of thing? Or is that not intentional?
That wasn't intentional.
Okay.
That wasn't that wasn't intentional. But sure, why not?
Happy accident.
That's less important. I don't think that it helps the meaning that much.
No, it's kind of abstract
cheesy.
drawing anyway. I like that you're able to properly just throw in like brackets as well. That shit would scare the hell out of me. The M dash.
Oh,
the
M dashes are great.
You have all the punctuation in this paragraph.
Okay, look. Okay. Semicolons and M dashes are really nice for first person because people do not typically speak in full discrete sentences. Okay, so I'm going to tell you all, if you've ever wondered how to use a semicolon, you can use them for lists. That's you don't see that very often. Sometimes you see it from like reporters who want to look fancy. More frequently, semicolons, functionally speaking, you can put a semicolon anywhere you would put a period. Semicolons are entirely a stylistic decision. It just means that these two independent clauses, they need to be able to stand on their own. They just mean that these two ideas are connected. Like maybe, like, when we speak, we finish a sentence, but then we kind of mush it into another sentence. That is what a semicolon is invoking. Like, I'm not quite done with my idea, but I did just finish a sentence.
That is definitely something I need to learn more about as well.
They're great. I love semicolons. M dashes are similar. They're like an even lighter version of a semicolon.
Yeah, because that's just like the next one. It's just like sentence immediately continues in, right? The event I described was real.
Yeah.
Just happened. Like it's literally word connected to word kind of thing. Whereas a semicolon feels like it has a bit more of a pause.
Yeah, the event I described was real. It just hadn't happened that day. And outright lie would have been rude, right? All these ideas are kind of connected to one another. So I'm sure that someone would get annoyed at me for that M dash, but whatever.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, you actually have the confidence to do these things. You know proper. That's... I feel like I never figured out legit sentence structure. And that still messes with me to this day, where I just throw in commas, even though maybe like semicolons and other things might work better.
Okay, earnestly, one thing that will help you gain confidence in your writing is just studying grammar. Grammar is not nearly as scary as it looks. Even just like basics, right? So actually, earnestly, what is it? What is it called? It's like MLA writers. What was it like? Quick reference. There's a really great little thing that I'm looking for. What is it called? I have it. It's what is it? The easy MLA like easy writer. What is it? Yeah, it's called the Easy Writer. Okay, legitimately look up the Easy Writer. It's a little pocket reference for MLA formatting, but it also just like gives a lot of grammatical stuff, like where do you put commas?
Formatting writing for a tab. Oh, just the Easy Writer.
Yeah, the Easy Writer. Yeah, just nab one of those and keep it on your desk. And if you're like, do I put a comma here? Flip through and take a look. Like, seriously, eventually you won't need to reference it anymore.
Gotcha.
It is specifically MLA. Some of this isn't going to be like relevant in all places, but it will help if you're uncertain with some kind of grammar.
Okay. And this is the one by Andrea A. Lunsford?
What is it? Yeah, Andrea A. Lunsford.
Thank you.
Seriously, that thing got me through college. You will be amazed just how much confidence it gives you.
So many pages. But yeah, no, these are things that I actually have to learn. I think these are the type of things that I need to work on to actually like feel the confidence, so that if people do question me about things, I can be like, well, no, this is why I used that. Rather than just being like, well, the Word document didn't have the squigglies under it, so...
Oh, yes. Someone in chat pointed out the Purdue Owl. Yes, that is also something that got me through. Yeah, the Purdue Online Writing University. It has an online reference that you can use. You can search things. It has like a whole list. If you don't want to buy the Easy Writer, then the Purdue Owl is something that everyone used constantly in college. Everyone I knew used it all the time.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it has APA. Yeah, Purdue Owl.
What is APA?
It's just another formatting style used in different places.
So APA and MLA are just two different formatting styles.
They're just like formatting different style guides. Yeah.
See, I never did like college level courses for writing, so all this is like brand new to me kind of stuff. Grammar stopped happening to us like in like maybe year 3 in primary school. They got you through the idea of like what commas were and full stops were, and then it was like good luck on everything else.
No. You got it. You got to level up, man. Truly, like taking a grammar course in college. That was one of the best things. Like another one of the best things that happened to my writing. I would say that and politics in the English language. Those two, especially. But yeah, I would say if you have a question about it, right? Like go in there.
Yeah, no, the Purdue University one looks really, the Purdue OWL looks really, really useful. Yeah. It's like formatted in a way that's really easy to just click through things when you have questions and stuff.
Yeah. I will say that a lot of the formatting, like, oh, there should be this much space between this and this, that stuff you probably don't need to care about. But when it comes to grammar, it's going to be massively helpful.
Definitely.
Yeah. Do you think you could hold down the fort while I have a small bio break?
Yeah, no, of course. I was actually going to say, like, does anybody in chat want to ask questions about this writing or, like, point anything else? Because I could not, like, analyze this. So you take a break. I will talk to chat for a moment.
Collect questions, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Memories of using Purdue OWL, MLA and APA talk giving me war flashbacks. Bruh. For me, just, like, I don't even understand fully some of the terminology used when it comes to, like, adverbs versus other things. Hydrate pupils, definitely. The usage of verbs versus adverbs has been so confusing. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I really probably need to take some proper classes on this type of thing. I really like what we've been talking about with Fred so far, though, because, yeah, he really did, like, because I've heard the writing advice about, like, showing, not telling. I think that's okay. But the whole thing about, like, over explaining things that aren't actually related to the theme. Like, I try to make them related to the themes, and then I just latch on to something like he said, where, like, the wind rattling through the trees didn't actually need to be used because we're supposed to be talking about the butterfly and the idea, like, the theme of death and how once you're dead, you're just an object at that point. Ugh. Bio break, keep pissing? Hell yeah. Or grabbing a snack or water. What's Fred's opinion on ellipses? It's one of my favorite things to use. Oh, I love ellipses as well. They serve their purpose. It will be interesting to hear what Fred thinks about it. Some things are more for academic writing, so you can stick to grammar stuff. Yeah. More than anything, I just need to, grammar, sentence structure. Bruh, all the fundamentals, really. Tell how much Fred's Wikipedia brain helps his writing have layers. Yeah, no. This shit is crazy. And this is what I meant when I told you guys, this isn't what he shared with me either. It was a completely different short story that I got to read the first chapter of. But the word choice, man, is so good. That first description is so beautiful. You really do get into these characters' heads. And it's not textbook like mine is. Like, even though mine is from first person, it is very much like a basic description of things with occasional, like, notes and head voice, whereas his is all written in head voice to the point where you know exactly who this character is through, like, this entire paragraph, what they're thinking about things. So then say that it's still in the prologue of the blog. Damn it. That's fine. Fortunately, my literary muscles have atrophied. Back when I was an editor of magazine, I could do an analysis, but I need to relearn all this stuff. Oof. My poor English and concussy? I know, right? My brain works better for, playing video games and saying whatever comes into my mind, not formulating the words properly. I'm a linguistics and grammar girly. This is my happy place. That kills me. It's the same as math to me. My brain just shuts down. Love how the writing process is always word vomit, then edit later until my word vomit becomes removed because I hated how I explained it. Bro, see? I do the word vomit. I start to chop things down, but I love that Fred was able to point out, like, okay, you've chopped things down a little bit from what you considered the first draft, and yet we could chop this down so much more to, like, half the length it was, changing things. One sentence being enough for, like, 3 of the sentence that I'd used previously is like, man, I need to work on my brain being able to do that by myself. Who am I watching? I'm new here. What is this? What's up? I'm Kuchan. I hate it when it does this, because this is clearly a YouTube thing, because, like, Discord was not affected whatsoever.
Yeah.
But the first question that people had for you. Oh, so sorry, guys. Welcome back. We had a momentary, tiny little break. But yeah, it was just YouTube being silly. The first question people had for you, how do you feel about ellipses? That's something, because I know some people have problems with ellipses. But yeah, I personally love them. But I want to hear your thoughts.
Useful and too often abused. Ellipses are often used by writers who aren't confident about what they're saying. I think that overuse of ellipses is sometimes a sign of an amateur writer. Not always. Usually, especially if you're writing third person, you shouldn't be using them, because if you're writing in third person, usually you want to be communicating your ideas strongly and clearly, and adding ellipses adds a lot of sort of wiggle room. Usually not in a good way. Like, sometimes it's good to leave wiggle room. Ellipses are non-committal.
Gotcha.
I'm personally, in terms of like creative writing, I'm not a fan. They're good when a character is speaking. I think they're good for dialogue. They're good for dialogue when a character sort of trails off.
That's when I tend to think about them being used the most, is like, you can tell there's more that they're not quite ready to say. So the ... adds like a, oh, this phrase kind of petered off. But I guess you can do that just in writing afterwards. Also
usually just...
I was just going to say, I've also heard it called like a boomer thing, where people who use it online are just immediately called boomers.
People on Facebook, yeah, boomers on Facebook use them all the time. Yeah, it's bad. Everyone has boomers use them in such a weird way. But I would say like ellipses are fine. Just try to use them. Try to limit them to dialogue. That's what I would say. It's really bad. It's really bad for third-person narration. It's really bad, in my opinion.
Got you. I'm liking people like throwing them into like their comments right now, anyways. But I'm not a boomer. ... or just yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you this now. I use them as I use them to connect two separated parts of a quote more often than I use them.
Oh yeah.
To describe trailing off, right? Like,
got you.
I almost never like. I don't do creative writing. I don't do fiction. I don't write fiction very often. So I'm not in a position where I'm going to use them for anything other than like a more technical purpose. But I also just don't like them when they're outside of dialogue.
Got you. I think, yeah, I don't see many people use them even in creative writing outside of dialogue.
Nah, there's a reason for that.
I can't really think of many. Like you said, for quotes, when you're going from like, we cut out a bunch of bits here, and then yeah, in dialogue when it is to show like a trailing off.
Yeah.
They're best used ironically. No, I will continue to use my XD and my ellipses in like texts for the future. And my XP and XD never die. that's the boomer,
okay.
like that's the millennial version of ellipses.
So there are a lot better ways to build suspense and tension than ellipses.
Oh, yeah.
If you feel like you have to lean on an ellipsis for tension, then there's something deficient in your writing.
Oh.
And you need to go back and fix it. That's usually the problem.
Keep in mind, that wasn't about creative writing. That was just about like texting and posting on like social media and stuff.
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, no, it's good for social media, good for chatting. I use them for chatting. However, I will say there is a misconception about ellipses. Ellipses in writing programs are a special character. It is not just 3 periods.
Yes.
If you put 3 periods, you need to make sure that your writing program is actually
correct.
Substituting an ellipsis instead of just leaving them as 3 periods. I understand that this is probably a thing that, I don't know, like, is only going to be relevant for 3 or 4 people in chat, but just keep that in mind.
It's the same for an M dash. I was guilty of this until like, yeah, probably like 7 months ago, where I thought an M dash was just a long dash and I didn't know how to do it. And then I figured out the keyboard shortcut to actually do it on Microsoft Office Word. And it was like, oh, you don't just put 2 dashes together. It's literally a keyboard shortcut for that shit. With ellipses, I have no idea what the keyboard shortcut would be. It's just one of those things where I do ... and then it autocorrects.
Yeah. Just make sure that it's actually autocorrecting. That's it.
He just stupid, absolute. Okay, so does anybody have any comments or questions about Fred's first thing before we move on? Oh, we got one. Thank you so much for the super chat for it. I want to ask, how do you keep yourself going on a project, especially in the long term? I couldn't keep on a single one either because of insecurity, or there's just another idea that's tugging me more.
My career. I have to finish videos because that's how I make my money. So that's a pretty good motivator. But beyond that, I don't know, lack of self-respect, mostly. How
much I hate myself.
I want this out. I want this out. Like, I just need this video done, and this is good enough. Eventually, you just gotta say good enough, and when like the more you do it, the more you get used to it, and eventually it's really frustrating to have projects that aren't finished, and that discomfort with not having something finished is stronger than any feeling of not wanting to do it.
Especially when you've like put off finishing one project to switch to another project, and if you do that a couple of times, because normally that's not for creative projects, but like anybody who procrastinates on things in life and lets tasks build up and ends up with a long list of tasks that you have to do, that shit will shut you down. That shit will make it so that it's hard to approach any single one, which you could probably do with like an hour or two to a day, to the point where you just can't face any of them because there's too many. And that's definitely true when it comes to like creative projects as well. If you put one on the sidebar, it's a lot harder to come back to it eventually. Yeah.
I mean, like, a decent chunk of finishing projects is just goddamn nutting up, right? Like, sometimes that's all it is. Just like, all right, I'm just gonna do this. And because a lot of being a creative is doing tedious work that you don't want to do and just doing it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like, unironically, this separates a lot of... Like, this separates the amateurs from professionals frequently. Like, sometimes the only difference between a professional and an amateur is that a professional is willing to just do it even when they don't feel like it. That's how I finish. That's how I write. It's just, you write enough, eventually you don't have to be in the mood. Oh, there's a really great line from Dune, right? I'm not in the mood, right? Like, Paul at the beginning of Dune doesn't want to do his knife fighting training. And Gurney Halleck is like, mood's for love play. Like, you don't get to decide. Like, you don't get to decide if you're in the mood for a fight if someone decides to kill you.
Yeah.
You learn to fight whether you want to fight or not, right? Because sometimes you're not going to get the choice. And the same way as a creative, sometimes you just got to do it, man. It doesn't matter whether or not you feel like it. And I surmounted that just by really digging into the craft, right? Like, writing is, for me, I don't need to be in the mood to write. Like, I can just do it because I've done it so much, and I can focus on just the practicality of it. Like, I can think, okay, is this actually helping? I can sort of say, okay, is this clear? I can think about it from a listener's or reader's perspective. Is this making sense? Do they have what they need? Are they engaged? Like, is this going to be engaging? And if not, I can think about that functionally and then just go and change it if it's not good enough.
That is one of the biggest lessons, because it's awesome to hear that from you, considering I said that at the beginning, knowing like my own limits on actual things. But hearing that from somebody and seeing this level of writing is like, woo. But yeah, sometimes the phrase that I've heard the most, which I resonated with me the most, is like, make it today, you can make it great tomorrow. Like, just put it together for now, get the foundation there, and then you can build on that.
Right. Well, I mean, like, sometimes you write something and you're like, this is garbage, but now I know why it's garbage.
Yeah, you can
so
do
I
a
can
complete
go back and fix
delete
it.
if you want to as well. If you're just like, okay, this completely sucks, and it's like, this is what I need to focus on instead. It doesn't have to be just going back and correcting specific things. It can be like, okay, this was terrible. Let's restart from the beginning now that I know what didn't work and redo it. But yeah.
Right. I know exactly why this didn't work, and I'm just going to do it right now. Right? You know, you're still making progress.
But yeah, there are times when you just hit like the creative burnout kind of point. There are sometimes you need to actually just take a break and step away for a bit to let your mind resettle. And then there are some times, if that just keeps trailing on, where you actually do need to force yourself to sit down and do something, put something on the paper just as a start so that you can start building on that. And so that it does like fill your brain, because then those shower thoughts will start to hit where you've written something out that day, whether it was just like a paragraph, a page, a couple pages. You're thinking about that on and off for the rest of the day, and you're like, oh, I could do this better, or oh, this leads into that. And then it will bring you back into that mindset, and then you'll fall back into it. So yeah, it really is a thing where you just have to sometimes get yourself into the mindset, sometimes force yourself through it, and sometimes, yeah, there are times when it's just like, this isn't working, let's restart, or let's step away and take a break for a while and completely get my mind out of it and see if I come back to it in a different way.
Yeah, I think so much of the time, though, right, there's, you're right, I think that sometimes it's good to step away. I think that sometimes that's used as an excuse. Like, you gotta be real burnt out to say that you are not gonna get anything done if you sit down and write right now. Like, you gotta be like, I think that's sometimes a lie that people tell themselves. Oh, I'm just like burnt out and I can't think of anything. Nah, motherfucker, a writer writes. If you're not writing, you're not a writer.
That's the thing.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, by definition, a writer writes. If you're not writing, you're not a writer. So get writing. Just do it. Like, just do it. It doesn't, just do it.
One of the things that pushes me the most is that like cliche of every like person who thinks they're intellectual that's like, if I ever finish that novel I'm working on, like everybody's got to love it. It's got to be the most perfect mind-breaking thing ever. And they just sit there saying like, yeah, when I get some time, and part of their mind is just refusing to actually do it, even if they do have time, because they're scared of it not being what they want. And then they're not like actually growing at all and actually putting things on paper and learning.
Just right. Just like not everything you make is going to be gold, and that's fine. Nobody cares. Like, I'll tell you this right now. Oh, I wrote a book that's cringe. No one cares. Exactly. Like, oh, but it's bad. No one cares.
Some of the most cringe books are the ones that make the most money. So if you want to just be successful, just look up some of those guides about like how to do the very, very basics and grab people's attention. Meanwhile, if you're actually passionate about writing, find a story, find themes that connect with you, build characters, build worlds. Yeah. And that's one of the differences between me and you for sure, is that you, like, your writing is your job. I know I could never do that. I do not have the skill. I have not trained the skill. And so I am very much on the level of like amateur, but at the same time, because of that, this is all just like something that I do for fun. I think if there was money involved with it as well, and it was my livelihood, I would break down. I could not do that as my actual career. I've talked about this before, where writing is my escape kind of thing. Like I need it to like get some of the thoughts out of my head kind of thing, rather than, so it is very much a passion thing. And I'm always amazed with people that can take a passion like that and turn it into a career. Because the idea of like creative blackout, burnout while trying to deal with that, mind shatters me.
Well, it's always a question of what you want out of it, right? Like, I wanted to make it into a career, so I had to learn to just nut up and write. Because otherwise the writing's not going to get... exactly. Like, because I spent the last 10 years writing. Like, that's why. And having it seen and having it critiqued constantly. That's the only reason that I can do what I do right now. I decided I wanted to make it into a career. And so I just had to do it. Like, no one's like, you can make any excuse you want for yourself, but like, if you're not writing, you're not improving.
Exactly.
Right? So like, whether or not you feel like it. Moods for love play.
if you're not training the muscle, it shrivels up and dies. So yeah, you just have to do it sometimes. I like what you said about like, sometimes you just have to find somebody else's like writing that you really enjoy and just read. Just get into that. Just enjoy it and see what you enjoy about it and learn from them. Oh, I think we lost Fred.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Okay. Welcome
Can you
back.
hear me?
Sorry, yeah, no, that one was
Hi.
on my side. That wasn't just like a little YouTube glitch. Yeah, maybe, oh, there is a massive storm. So maybe that's something that I'm dealing with. But yeah, welcome back. We're good now.
Hi.
Hi.
No, like, what was I don't even remember what I was saying now.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, just like if you want to get better at writing, you just gotta write. And like, stop. Like, don't make excuses. Right? Like, oh, I'm not in the mood. Oh, I'm burnt out. And like that, like no matter how burnt out you, like, sure, maybe you are burnt out, but you're still not going to get better. Like, at some point you just got to say, well, I'm burnt out, but I'm going to write anyway because I want to. I'll also say it's really hard to love writing if you don't like prose. Like, if you're not really interested in prose, if you don't find beauty in prose, it's really hard to enjoy writing. I think a lot of people like the idea of writing more than they actually like writing.
I'm guilty
So
of that.
I think the way that you cure that is by finding writers that you like, whose prose you find beautiful, and different people. Of some people's like some writers' prose is just so beautiful, and it inspires me. It makes my brain do the good chemical. And it's really, like, I will say, it's really hard to be a writer if you don't have any writers that really excite you. If prose doesn't excite you, right? Like, it's hard for a sailor to be a good sailor if they don't love the ocean.
You can do it, you can force your way through it, but yeah, it's not, you're not connecting with it on the same level where you're like, this is what is beautiful, this is what I want to be able to achieve. And like, yeah, even in your own writing, when you find something that you're really proud of, like that hits really different than if you don't actually enjoy it and you're just kind of trying to replicate kind of thing. Oh, somebody said, I have a question for both of you. Have you ever had the moment of going, oh, this is the best piece of writing I've ever written? Yes! I have that thought occasionally, and sometimes I actually stick with that, and then occasionally I'll come back to it in the future and be like, oh, I actually hated that. Let's redo that. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely. There are moments where I'm like, ooh, I cooked with that.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes. I'm like, yeah, this slaps.
I think every
in fact,
creator has that.
I included some, like, some of the writing I have in here is like, oh yeah, I cooked with this.
I hope so. That just that first one was fucking incredible. It's short, but man, does it like land.
Yeah, so some of that in there, I'm just like, yeah, that feels good. There's like there are a few little things in here where I was like, yeah, this slaps. I like pee pee poo poo song essay, actually.
That's an interesting one that managed to elevate your writing.
I would be happy to read it if you wish.
Yes. Okay. Is this second, third, or fourth?
Yes, second. It's second.
Okay. We'll do this one.
Yeah.
I was kind of going to mess with you on my second one, so we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, no, this is why. Yeah. Let's do this first.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Just to connect
I'll go
to
straight through it.
Yeah. Sorry. Just to connect to the person's last question as well. If you're not feeling that, I feel like that might be like a mentality issue. Like genuinely, like you should be able to, like, no matter what level you're at, even if you're writing the most basic thing in the world, there should be things that make you go, oh, I like this. If you're not finding any of those, I would be surprised, because you guys have just seen how much, just with the first one, my writing is not up to snuff. But I will tell you, like, there are parts of that where I was like, oh, I fucking cooked with this. It's maybe like the Dunning-Kruger effect sometimes as well, where it's like, if you really don't know how to do something, you may still be like, that was some of the best shit ever. I don't necessarily think it's the best shit the world has ever seen. But if it's something where I'm like, I'm impressed with myself by this, yeah, you should be getting that feeling. If you're not at all, I would be I would be surprised by that. There should be moments that make you go, this is why I love doing this. This is why I put myself into this creative process.
Well, an artist always feels at their best when they are communicating something that, like, an idea, right? Like, the excitement of art is like having an idea and getting to express that creatively. And there should probably be a little shot of endorphins when, like, you have an idea and you manage to, like, squeeze it out into some sort of creative medium, even if it's not good, right? Like, even if it's not the best thing in the world, it is an incomparable feeling to have an idea and then see the idea or in music, right? Like, and even if nobody else quite gets it, just to have gotten it out feels good. It's like a primal scream.
Yeah. Also, before we go into part 2, my internet just died another time for like a good 5 seconds. I'm going to restart my router real quick just so that we can keep this going. So I'll just disappear for like 2 to 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Sorry for that. Sorry, everyone. The stream's going to disappear for a second. And Fred, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'll mute myself while I'm away.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep them company while you do that.
Yeah, I mean, my internet will go down, so they won't be able to hear you either.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. But yeah, I'll be right back because I want to keep going through this. But yeah, see you guys in a second.
Go. The whole, like, vary your sentence structure and length,
Oh, we are live
it's
now,
overstated.
By the way. You can continue,
okay,
because this is on topic anyway, but yeah, just to warn you.
Yeah. No, you're good. I mean, I would say this live too. It's okay. Like, there's no nice way to say this. The whole make sure you're varying your sentence structure and sentence length is such like a social media thing to do. Because, to be clear, yes, this can be a problem, right? If all of your sentences are exactly the same length, yeah, you've got a problem.
Yeah.
If you're rambling on, you'll run on sentences, all this, yeah. But, God, like, it only becomes you only need to address that if it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And these are problems that you can find just by listening to it, right? By reading it aloud.
That's when I notice it, when it sounds very monotonous, when you read like a full like page to yourself and it's like, ugh, it just feels drony.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, yeah, but like, yeah, and if it does sound drony, then like, okay, you've identified the problem, you can go back and fix it, okay. It just feels like such social media writing advice. Because, like, I don't know, you don't need to color sentences based on like length. You can just read it. You read it and you hear how it sounds. And if it sounds bad, it's one of those problems that's so easy to identify.
Yeah, you should be able to recognize it just by speaking it aloud. Because sometimes you won't notice it just when reading it in your head. But yeah, speaking it aloud, you should realize like this doesn't sound like interesting anymore. This does just sound like exactly.
Yeah. Like, you don't. It's not something you need to pay that much attention to. If it's something you do consistently, keep an eye on it. But usually, if you're just trying to be effective with your writing, then you're gonna pick up on it as you go. So I don't know. It always felt like really cheap writing advice to me.
Got you. I think we're back on stream. I'm not seeing chat kick back in right now, so I don't know what's going on with that.
I'm seeing chat. Yeah.
Okay, I just probably need to refresh on my side. Hello. Yeah, we've been back for a while. When we first reconnected and the stream wasn't quite up yet, I was just talking to Fred about like so many of the suggestions are definitely going to help me. Oh, okay. I just need to reset my comment grabber. My chat box. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Refresh the cache.
Yeah.
Yeah. Refresh the cache button. Yeah, you got to do that when you have an internet hiccup.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I had a hiccup. I used to have them all the time, so I guess I should be happy.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, I will refresh this. If you would like to start reading the next one. Actually, no, give me 5 seconds.
Sure.
I want to be properly present.
Yeah.
Let's see if that worked. It should work.
I could also read something shorter. This is a few pages long, so.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, this is the longest one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we're just not going to have any chat. That's fine. I don't know. I tried to refresh the chat. I tried to like restart the actual like client that I use. None of it's working. YouTube is being weird with me. It's fine. We can see the chat messages, so don't worry. I just can't grab them right now.
You're here. We see you guys.
Whenever you're ready.
This is not a story. To be clear, this is not a story. This is an essay. Just like you wrote in 9th grade. Oh boy.
But way freaking cooler.
We'll see. So yeah, this has a title. It's called How the Pee Pee Poo Poo Song Inspired in Me a Seething Rage.
Sounds so unserious. So the fact that this is like a serious thing is like, I can't wait how this works.
Okay, here we go. But you might notice that it does share some, like a lot of the DNA of writing a good short story. Like writing a good essay does share a lot of DNA with short story writing. A lot more than you would think. Dean and Company have been crafting their bizarre Christmas specials with their Alabama church going on 45 years. With a cast consisting entirely of members of their congregation, mostly children and the elderly, it's created primarily for the enjoyment of their fellow churchgoers, whose payment for their trouble is the chance to see themselves broadcast on the TV, though the luster is obviously absent for the younger members who are much more used to seeing themselves on a screen. It cannot be overstated just how ugly these specials are. Each is shot on what I believe to be a soundstage at a local public access station, where a bevy of Alabama's faithful sing, dance, and act in front of the camera, though the level of skill displayed ranges from competent to grossly underqualified. The upper end of the spectrum is consistently occupied by vocalists and dancers, while the lower end is dominated by the poor souls who are forced to act out the absurd, meandering scripts handed to them, often lasting for half of the hour-long runtime, featuring the puppet Podo enacting a harebrained and usually incomprehensible scheme, which sometimes features political commentary so esoteric that it's impossible to parse. With the advent of publicly accessible chroma key technology, the Dean and Company Christmas specials began making extensive use of green screens, a habit that has gradually expanded over the years until they've evolved into insane tap dancing troops clop on top of spinning CGI gears, a Christmas tree rotates in the fighter bay of a spaceship orbiting an Earth-like planet while a looping gif of an alien in a Santa hat waves next to a dancing Terminator-like robot, and flashing lights highlight guitar players whose singing is ruined by the horrific peaking courtesy of the bafflingly bad audio engineering. The sheer volume of stuff happening on the screen implies a significant amount of work, but this is consistently undermined by the obvious lack of care given to any aspect of its creation. Oh, are we good?
We're good. I had another hiccup, so we're probably gonna do this one, and we're gonna talk about it for a bit with people, but then we're probably gonna wrap up for the day. I'm sorry, my internet is just crapping itself right now.
It's okay. Maybe it'll get better by the end of this. Do I need to go back?
No, it only cut off like for 3 to 5 seconds, so it just missed like a sentence. Okay. No worries.
Okay, gotcha. While it's easy to draw a comparison between Dean and Company and the likes of Tommy Wiseau or Doug Walker, creators who yearn for their works to be taken seriously, they are fundamentally different. Tommy's magnum opus, The Room, was delivered completely straight-faced, and while Doug is a comedian, he still has a clear desire for the nostalgia critic to be enjoyed on its own merits. But with Dean and Company, there is no pretense, no statement, and arguably no intention. There's some question as to whether or not they expected it to be watched normally at all, in the same way that a child doesn't expect anyone to actually consume the mud pie that they've made in the backyard. Its existence online seems to imply a desire for it to be seen, but it could just as easily be there for the convenience of the Alabama churchgoers excited to see themselves in the production, eagerly skipping to their parts and ignoring the rest, pointing at the screen and exclaiming, "There I am!" to an unimpressed but accommodating grandchild. It's a slog to get to the entertaining parts, and they would be much better consumed as clips of only the funniest moments. But when something amusing happens, it's special and unique, and there are always a few delightfully weird bits if you can tough it out. A personal favorite of mine is when the matriarch of the Dean family sings about how, after the bad guys tried to tear our country apart by ramming a set of commercial jetliners into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, America, quote, stood strong, and when the dust cleared, they saw the USA. Yes, we're still here. The funniest part isn't the almost insultingly shallow read of the event, which she later compares to Pearl Harbor, nor is it the way that she sings 911 instead of 9/11, though both of these are indeed amusing. No, this is all outshined by the way that, as she and her fellow churchgoers sing about the triumph of the United States of America, the flag of the Russian Federation flaps in the background, presumably because whoever was editing the special figured that the background was missing something during that scene, found a stock animation of strips of the colors red, white, and blue, and didn't think much past it. Given the special's publication year of 2022, it's possible that the flag is a political statement, but I find this unlikely for various reasons. It's precisely this sort of work that inspired the likes of Tim and Eric and The Whitest Kids You Know. You'd be forgiven if you believe that one of their latest musical numbers, Cat Ninja, was a lost segment from the former, with two women in what appear to be Spirit Halloween Chun-Li.
Damn.
Christians of their ilk, where Jesus calls a child to him and uses the child to illustrate a point, advising his disciples that, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever takes the lowly position of this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. While there are many interpretations of these verses, I have personally most often seen this used to justify childish or silly behavior as somehow godly. Nowhere is this better illustrated than in Dean & Company's island-themed 2024 Christmas special, in which Santa has developed butt pain from working for so long in the cold at the North Pole, and so has moved his operations to Christmas Island. I believe this to be distinct from the real Christmas Island, which is a territory of Australia. There's some sort of plot around... Huh?
Sorry, it was just like, I wonder if they even knew Christmas Island was a real place.
I don't know. I actually looked this up. Christmas Island is, like, not a very common tourist attraction. There's not a whole lot of amenities. They mostly try to pitch it as, like, wildlife viewing.
I've definitely heard of the island, though. Maybe it's more like a British thing and Americans don't know much about it. But yeah, I mean, it's a joke that comes up a bit where people are like, Christmas Island, like the switch between Greenland and Iceland.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There's some sort of plot around Podo, the puppet character, establishing a network of pipes to deliver a chemical around the island, but much like every other special that I've seen, it's inscrutable. This island exists entirely as a caricature inspired by the tiki bars of the host's generation, complete with torches, wood-carved faces, and straw roof huts. There are no natives shown on this island, which is perhaps a blessing in disguise, given the lack of care shown to other topics that they've covered, though their absence is conspicuous nevertheless. Don't worry, though, because these issues still express themselves. There are many small examples, but by far the largest arrives approximately 2/3 of the way through when one member of the family announces that they have created this lovely pee-pee poo-poo platter that's Polynesian for yummy food. For those not in the know, a poo-poo platter is a Jesus in every language, and a large part of the cast appearing together to shout "Happy Birthday, Jesus," in which a number of them are looking in the wrong direction due to being recorded separately against a green screen and pasted together in post-production, the geriatric matriarch launches into a musical number titled The Pee Pee Poo Poo Song. The lone verse largely consists of summarizing the prelude to the half-hour-long skit in which Santa moves his Operation Christmas Island to help his aching ass. This is consistent with a major theme of this particular special, which is to raise awareness of the struggles that the elderly face with their joints and bones, something explicitly stated multiple times. Followed by a horrific wailing groan 3 times in a row, capped by the line, "Santa's learned to speak some island words."
Oh, Jesus.
The 3 lines and groaning are then repeated again, followed by a new ending to the stanza. "It's yummy food, yes, that is what he learned." After one more repetition, we're given the final line, "Platter of yummy food in island words." If you showed this sequence to 10 different people, it's likely that you would receive 15 different reasons why this is offensive. But just to cover my bases, I've done a little bit of reading, and I'd like to make a couple of things clear. First, there is no such thing as the Polynesian language. According to Wikipedia, there are 38 distinct Polynesian languages that share a common linguistic ancestor and so have many similarities, but to refer to them all as one language is simply wrong. I'm not certain what to make of the phrase island words either. Second, pupu is a specifically Hawaiian word, which refers to a variety of different foods and was borrowed for the name pupu platter by Polynesian restaurants on mainland America in the 1930s. I am not a sensitive person. Nobody in my profession can afford to be. However, this did activate something in myself that I thought long since abandoned, a seething, smoldering rage, and it's been relit like a coal mine fire. This time, however, I'm able to put a description to it, and maybe now that I can identify it, I can finally extinguish it for good. It is simply this. People like this see any foreign part of the world as a theme park. Polynesian islands are not places with rich histories and cultures and languages. They are places where it's always warm and lovely, and tasty ethnic food is served to them on platters with funny names by strange-looking people in grass skirts. China is the place where people do kung fu and eat lots of rice and have funny-looking eyes. Most other religions are scary, but Buddhism seems nice and peaceful. In their nascent form, perspectives such as these can act as placeholder understandings until a fuller understanding can be ascertained, and anyone reading or hearing this certainly has some of their own. Many Americans probably only know Vietnam in the context of the war and as a name that occasionally appears on clothing tags, as one example. These placeholders are necessary, as the world is so vast and multifaceted that no one person could hope to manage a reasonable understanding in one lifetime, and so they fill the void as a sort of shorthand in the interim for a greater unknown and not considered serious comprehension. They serve their purpose as long as they stay in their place. We need them to keep from going mad, and we replace them when they stop being useful. A person might joke about such. For example, when talking to a tennis player, "Tennis? You mean that sport that makes dogs go crazy?" In a healthy interaction, this acts as an acknowledgement of the speaker's gap in knowledge and an invitation to be corrected. But sometimes, in the right circumstances, they will metastasize like cancers and grow out to fill the space that could have been occupied by learning, and should new information arise, it is rejected outright. In this form, they preempt critical thinking, rot the mind, and worst of all, have a tendency to spread both within the mind of the individual and from one person to another. When this does occur, such ignorance is not only acknowledged as a new sort of truth, but celebrated by its owner, entrenching the idea even further. I'm certain a number of readers or listeners can think of Thanksgiving or Christmas dinners where this has become an issue. In the aforementioned tennis example, the joke is dismissive rather than curious, a rejection that tennis could be considered a real sport, no matter its place in the conversation partner's life. Speaking purely from my experience, Protestant churches such as that of Dean and Company are places that encourage this sort of growth and this flattening effect. I do not say such as a direct attack on any church, as mine is not a righteous indignation. This is a specific gripe about a symptom of a bad habit that is probably all too familiar to American churchgoers. So then, how does a church manage to exacerbate this problem to such an extreme? Is there a mechanism in the faith that somehow worsens this thought pattern? I believe Protestant churches to be a source of this ill in part due to a combination of two verses, both located in the book of Matthew, a favorite among Protestant preachers, which, when considered together in just the right way, create a subtle mind trap. The first is the continuation of the verse I've mentioned above, when Christ commands his disciples to come to God like children. Matthew chapter 18, verses 6 and 7 reads, "If anyone causes one of these little ones, those willing to believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble. Such things must come, but woe to the person through whom they come." This verse is relatively simple and a natural extension of Christian philosophy, perhaps even so obvious that this statement from Jesus is closer to emphasis than codification. But there's another, more terrifying reading for Christians who are part of a religious community. Should a churchgoer misstep and accidentally make another leave the flock, then that is a stain upon their soul, something that God judges harshly. And after all, a person constantly exposed to believers would have even more opportunities to accidentally say or do something that could damage their faith. Such logic very rapidly spirals out into absurdity. If inspiring a person to leave the faith is evil, then how much does intention matter? How many degrees away from the action leaves a person's soul untarnished? If a person's reasons for leaving are many, does only the final inspiration count? Or does every person who contributed, however consciously, bear some blame? It's worth noting that this often isn't a conscious thought, but if asked, nobody would want to be the reason that somebody else left the church, except maybe in the case of a grudge or excessive cattiness. The second is Matthew chapter 28, verses 19 and 20. "Go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you." This is a classic, and is oft repeated in its shortened form, "Go and make followers of all nations." Again, there is a twisted interpretation that spirals out into even more twisted logic. If bringing someone into the faith is good, then bringing in more people is even better. Ergo, being as faithful as possible means maximizing the number of people brought into the fold, which makes being Christian into being a good marketer. However, it is possible to answer both difficulties with the same solution. Make the faith as generic and appetizing as possible while turning away as few people as possible. In short, make Jesus a consumable market product. The final resolution, of course, is the same as what any good marketer will tell you. Appeal to the largest possible customer base in a given locale while making certain not to offend them. The faith is watered down. Bible camps are given simple, universal, pleasant themes. Sunday schools stay in familiar, well-trod territory. Difficult theological concepts are shunned and avoided. After all, if someone is introduced to the concept of theodicy and the believer is unable to reconcile it, then have you not led one of the children of God astray? Quickly, every aspect of the church becomes bland, and blandness becomes the Christian aesthetic. Complexities are smoothed over, leaving only a comfortable cocoon of self-assured, unchallenged belief from which no true faith may emerge. The beauty of the Bible remains untapped, its poetry reduced to shibboleths, and the surrounding world remains hazy and unclear. Any attempt at creativity by such a somnambulist remains uninteresting and unengaging, an echo of their flat vision of the world, and ergo, when they attempt to portray another culture, and frequently their own culture, it remains a caricature. And the people who reside within those cultures disappear, becoming indistinct smudges in the sludge, and the sludge is in turn served to anyone who wishes to partake, and sometimes to those who have no other choice or don't know that another choice is possible, and they live to share this sludge with yet others. We all get to eat from the pee-pee poo-poo platter. The Dean and Company Christmas specials are an incredible, unintentionally hilarious cultural artifact, a mutant form of what was once a cute activity for this family and their congregation. While I have little doubt that they still enjoy their time making these specials, there is clearly something lost in the way that the elderly are schlupped in front of the green screen to act out maddening scripts and sway back and forth like kelp stalks. Or perhaps, rather than an aberration, this is simply a more optimal form, a more consumable product. If you check Dean & Company's YouTube channel, you'll find old specials from its first decades which were clearly recorded on a public access station soundstage, and while the colors are naturally more muted and the special effects amount to slow fades and split screen shots, what's on the screen is far more vibrant, relatable, and human. I offer one last excerpt from the Bible that I feel summarizes how all of this makes me feel, and it's one of my favorites. Revelation chapter 3, verses 15 and 16. I know your deeds, that you are neither cold nor hot. I wish you were either one or the other. So because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth.
Jesus Christ. That was scathing. Wow. I don't even know what to say. That hit on so many things. It opened it up. It broke it down so slowly. It ties in all the themes together in like funny punchline towards, well, not funny punchline towards the end, but Jesus, when you brought it all back to we all get to eat from the pee-pee poo-poo platter is just like such a good summation of like, oh God. Yeah. Everything they've done, everything they've thrown together, all the weak, horrible shit that they've done being forced down all of us while also repeating the idea that poo-poo platter is actually a thing. Oh God, that was brilliant. That was brilliant.
This ignited something in me when I saw it. Do you want to see the pee pee poo poo song?
Oh God, sure.
Would you like to share it? Would you like to see it?
I don't think I'll share it on screen, but I would like to see this.
Okay.
And is this a
you.
video that's up on your channel? Because I don't remember seeing this one.
No, it's not.
Okay, so this is one that's coming.
I've yet to publish this anywhere.
Oh, it's gonna be crazy.
And Company.
I had never even heard of Dean and Company.
That's reasonable. Nobody has.
No, I'm glad. Jesus.
Here we go. Here we go. Christmas Island. I'll get it for you after the stream.
Thank you. And yeah, Jay, just throw it into the chat. That'll be great. And I'm really excited to watch this video. Jesus. Is this the one you're working on now, or is this going to be a while down the line?
Oh, this is just something I did for fun.
Okay.
Like on the side.
Got you.
I'm trying to figure out how to publish it. Like I don't know where to put it.
Got you.
I'm figuring it out. It just exists right now.
This line is amazing. They will masticize like cancers and grow out to fill the space that could have been occupied by learning. Should new information arise, it's rejected outright. Oh my God, that was brilliant.
Thank you. I was a little worried that like I shoved too many metaphors in here, but I'm like, this was the part of the essay that I was the most worried about because it's a lot of ideas all shoved into a very small package. Like the concept that I'm trying to share is very odd and like very like kind of I worry it's hard to wrap your head around, but I'm glad it made sense.
Oh no,
right?
It did.
This is the root of prejudice, right?
Yeah.
Like the prejudice is a problem because people get an idea of how something is and then they just reject any other possibility outright. It's how prejudice spreads. What I'm really doing is just describing the process of prejudice at a very low level.
No, and I like the way that you mentioned the fact that these things have their places. Like they're good for a way to introduce like people on a childhood level for like maybe you'll get interested in some of these things and then you'll actually learn about it. You get like the Disney-fied, marketed, like commodified version of something. But yeah, this is like the version where it's like, we don't care about that. That isn't something that we actually deal with. So it's just like, these are the things we believe because it's not part of our story and we don't care about anyone else's story. And this is all we need to know from it. Yeah, I forget the way you like mentioned about like the smudging of things together. I need to find it.
It becomes sludge.
Yes.
Yeah, it's near the end. Quickly, every aspect of the church becomes bland, and blandness becomes the Christian aesthetic.
Yes.
Yeah. Complexities are smoothed over, leaving only a comfortable cocoon of self-assured, unchallenged belief from which no true faith may emerge.
Yeah. And then we all get to eat from the pee-pee poo-poo platter, the general idea that it is all just mixed together and shoved down our throats, and that's comfortable. It's so brilliantly written and well-paced.
Oh, I think that there are some little bits that could use some smoothing out, but I'm glad that at least the ideas made sense.
It did. I'm not going to lie. There are like occasional words where I was like, I don't know what that means. Where I'd have to like do a quick Google search. Somebody in chat even like was defining some of the words like somnambulist and the one that sounds like the somnambulist.
So somnambulist. It is a compound word. So I think it's somnus
from sleep,
which refers to sleep, and ambulist. So ambulist from like ambulation to walk. So sleepwalker.
Got you. Such a somnambulist. That's one of the coolest words I have ever heard. But yeah, that was one of the one where someone in chat threw it in chat because they must have been like, oh, that's a cool word. People need to know what that means. And the other one was theodicy. I don't know what a theodicy is. I actually made a joke while you were doing it because that's how I deal with things I don't understand. I make a joke so that somebody will explain things to me. I was like, I love the Odyssey.
the Odyssey. Theodicy is a theological concept. It is also known as the problem of God. The metaphor that I have heard is, imagine that you have a ball on a three-legged table. This ball is called theodicy. You want the ball, but you are too short to reach it. Each of the legs of the ball is one of the three aspects of God. God is said to be three things. Oh, yeah, like the three legs of the table. Yeah. There are three concepts propping up the concept of God. God is omniscient, God is omnipotent, and God is omnibenevolent. He is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good. Right? He can do no bad. So, but the problem, so how can you have a God that is omnipotent and omniscient but allows evil to exist? How can you have a God that is all good and, if theodicy is the problem of evil in the world, right? Because if God is truly all good, how could he allow it to exist if he knows it exists and he can get rid of it because he's omnipotent? If he, right? Like,
yeah, he can only be two of the three things. He's either cruel because he knows bad things happen and don't stop them. Yeah, I've heard that like thought experiment before. I've just never heard that word, which made it so interesting.
And to be clear, this is a theological concept, right? This is not just an argument against God. This is something that theologians debate, right? Like, this is you go to Bible college, you'll learn this, right? You might learn this. The solution usually to the easiest solution to theodicy, to get the ball, is to shorten one of the legs, as you said. Like, maybe God is omniscient and omnibenevolent, but he's not all-powerful. So you remove the omni from any of those, and now it fixes the problem, right? This is something that a lot of people of the faith and not of the faith struggle with. Like this, it is a problem with, there are plenty of solutions, right? The question is if any of the solutions are satisfying to you, right? And this is what I mean, right? You introduce the problem. Oh, but if I introduce this problem, what if it leads someone astray? What if they can't reconcile it? And what if they lose their faith because of it?
Exactly. They're scared of people actually questioning things and not putting in the work to find their own solution, and instead just either, leaving the faith or burying their head in the sand, as you said, with them like smoothing everything and making it more marketable and only showing the surface level. You get the people who just ignore the question and just repeat it back to you and be like, no, you're being blasphemous, and burn people at the stake and say like, we don't think about like, that we have faith.
Yeah, it is. And my argument is that this is a bland faith. This is not like, and again, it is not unchristian to discuss these ideas.
No.
This isn't even blasphemy. Theodicy isn't even blasphemy. This is like, if you're religious, this is something you will have to grapple with.
If people actually have the faith, they should be able to have those debates, and they should be able to like, defend their faith
if you
have everything that they have at their tools to argue it.
If you have faith, there should be no fear in engaging with this.
Faith shouldn't feel any different from philosophy when it comes to discussing things. You can have like all different interpretations.
Well, that's what theology is, right?
Exactly. But that's what I mean though. Like, I didn't even know that word, and yet as soon as you explained that word, it was like, okay, so it's something that you've explained in smaller pieces and in simpler words throughout the essay as well. So that's what I mean. Like, it was very like down to earth. It's just, I mean, it was very like digestible, very understandable. And then there were moments where like, I don't get that word, but I get enough around it. I figure out pretty much everything that's being said. And then there are just like the really cool words where it's like, oh, I'm remembering that one. Somnambulist is so sick.
Somnambulist. It's a really good word. It's just sleepwalker.
But yeah, no, that was really good, and I do hope you like release that somewhere, in writing or in like video.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. The problem is I have such a large audience, and I haven't introduced them to this kind of writing before, so I don't know how it'll go over.
Yeah, I mean
it certainly wouldn't be on my main channel, right? Like that's a whole marketing problem.
Yeah. Aw, I'm glad people can actually have these discussions here as well, because there are some places where people would get angry about discussing religion or anything like that. And you discussed it in like a very respectful way, from what I can see.
I know my Bible.
I do not.
I know my Bible, man.
I think that's the thing. I again, and we've talked about this, I'm very surface level on everything. I was raised Catholic, but I only know like the surface level, because I was raised that way only until I was about like 12. So I did get like the, here's how we teach it to children kind of thing. So yeah, it's good to know.
No, I get it. It's and that's probably some of the some similar problems. Although Protestant Christians can be so cringe sometimes. I'm like, and it's in service to this, right? They're like, oh, I'm just being childlike, and childlike is like, it brings me closer to God. No, you just sound silly. Please stop. Anyway, I have this is like a lifetime of stewing.
This
on
is
these ideas,
very
right?
clearly something you've thought about for a long time. I can tell that this like rage came from a, God, I fucking hate this shit, and I've been dealing with this my entire life. So yeah, it hits on like a lot of points.
It's a lot. A lot of this was just like, this is a very wild essay. I kind of flail around sometimes. I don't know how technically good this essay is. I just needed to get it out of my head. Emotionally,
it's very good. Like, it connects with people. It's digestible. It's still like a lot more intellectual than the things that I feel like masses would watch. Because I feel like this has like a lot of, because you do this in your video essays as well, where there's a deep portion to it, and then you'll break it down and dumb it down and simplify it in a more slow and digestible way, but you use all the terminology where people can do a deep dive and be like I said with the theocracy thing, where it's like
the
written
theodicy, yeah.
Fucking oh no, theodicy.
Theocracy is a
democracy
government,
ruled by
a religious government.
Yeah, god damn it. But yeah, that's the word that's definitely not going to stick in my mind. But yeah, the fact that it was like explained within the actual subject matter, it's the essay itself, and then yeah, if people wanted to like dive into it, they could. You use more technical terms than something that would be more marketable and more lowbrow, like maybe like John Oliver kind of stuff, where he does get to the meat of an issue, but he also does so while throwing in memes and silly reaction things and like bouncing backwards and forth. You do that as well, where you use like technical terminology, really, really deep things, but then you also simplify it and make it more digestible and understandable for people, if that makes sense. So well, yes, I think this was written in a very good way.
One of the most common bits of sleight of hand that I do in my writing is, and this is something that you should always do as a writer anyway, make your reader feel smart. Right? Like maybe you introduce a word, but then like maybe you know some of your audience doesn't know, or it's a little more jargony. Give clues as to what it means, or make sure that understanding that word isn't necessary to understanding the overall meaning, right? Like I throw in somnambulous, and it's like if you just skipped over that word, you'd still get the meat of that paragraph.
Yeah, no, you're very good at that. But yeah, the passion in that is intense as well. And like I said, the emotional language, especially that mastatizing. Oof.
Oh, metastasizing. Metastasize.
Like a cancer. Yeah. God.
Yeah.
Mastatizing is chewing. Oh, my brain.
No, that's masticating.
Fucking. Ah! Thank you, Sensei.
To masticate.
Masticating is chewing. Masticizing.
No, I don't think masticizing is a word. There's masticating and metastasizing.
Now I'm getting you with it. Metastasizing.
Yeah. To metastasize and to masticate.
I love this shit. Okay, thank you.
I'll teach you another.
Oh no.
Micturate. To micturate is to urinate.
No fucking way. Oh.
Yeah. Micturation. One of my favorite lyrics, which also acts like a poem, uses it. The opening of the song, I find my mind wandering aimless, weighed heavy by a mushroom cloud miasma of stolen micturations and rotting leaves. A mouth like a storm drain, teeth caked in the soils and cast-offs of autumn, gargling through a slough of interrupted dreams.
You just have that memorized?
Yeah. I listen to that. I love that song.
Oh, my brain. That's, yeah. That, blah, blah, blah. I was just going to make a joke about, like, mysticating and then masticating it. And then that way you whiten your teeth. Because they used to swirl around urine for anyway. There's a joke in there somewhere.
Anyway, time to survive in the wild with Kuchan.
Oh, God. No, I wasn't even going Bear Grylls, but sure. Yeah, my mind is officially broken. I have a lot to think about today.
Like, we still have more writing. I ate up, like, all of our time today with reading that. I apologize. We didn't get more of your writing.
Good. That was very fascinating. And you gave me... I'll go through number 2 because my one is very short.
Yeah, let's do it. With
number 2, I kind of tricked a little bit, but I want to jump into this question as well because somebody did a super chat as well. Any suggestions on how not to obsess over every word? My first draft usually goes through so much polishing that it ends up becoming the final piece that sounds like you, which doesn't work well with a tight schedule. So unlike you, it sounds like they take a long time and obsess over things so it can slow them down.
Okay, so here's what you do. Like, if you really don't have the time to pick the perfect word in every place, just ask yourself if the idea you're trying to get across is represented well enough. Do you think that your reader will have sufficient understanding? If yes, and you're out of time, leave it. If it really is, like, if you think that your reader is going to struggle with understanding, then it's the wrong word. That's the best advice. I know that sounds really simple, but like, it's just the most important part of writing is comprehension. Like, you don't have to have the perfect word in every place. There's no such thing as the perfect word in every place anyway. You just gotta, is it good enough, right? Like, is the idea coming across? If yes, it's a fine word. If not, then it's the wrong word and you need another one. That's my recommendation.
Got you.
It was kind of a vague question, so it's kind of a vague answer, but I hope that's helpful.
No, I think that's the right way to say it, is like, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to strive for perfection. And if you do, because if you're not getting through to the next paragraph because you're obsessed with focusing on one word in the previous paragraph, then it's going to take you forever to finish. So maybe better to just be like, I don't know the perfect word for that, so maybe I'll come back to it at a future date. If it does like work enough that they get the general meaning, like you said, then it's good to just leave it. And if you come back and you're like, I still want to find a better word for that, you can do that as a rewrite, as an edit. Yeah, or
just leave a comment.
I'm not sure if like you do. I imagine you don't do this because this is probably a very amateurish thing, but there are some times I get to a place where I'm like, okay, I need to describe this thing well because I want it to, there's a reason that I want it that relates to the actual like storyline going on, but my mind isn't quite putting the words together right today. And I'll just put in brackets, describe like the butterflies flying here connected to this theme. And I'll just come back.
I do that
to
all
it
the time.
Oh, okay.
I do that all the time in my script writing. I'm just like, I need to include this bit, but like maybe I need to go back and research it a little bit more, or maybe it's just being a massive pain and I can't quite word it right. Like sometimes I'll be like, I'll write it and I'll be like, this isn't good, redo it, right? And then I'll just come back to it later.
And you can also leave those notes in your writing if it's a first draft as well. You can just put in brackets at the top of a paragraph like, I'm not liking this doesn't fit right, rewrite this later. Just to like point out to yourself, like you might not even recognize this next time, but this is something you need to focus on and like dive back into.
And this is part of what I mean when I say a writer is always writing. If you write something and you're like, this isn't good, rewrite it, then like, you'll be eating dinner and you're like, I know how to write it now.
Exactly. It strikes you out of nowhere and you need to jot that down really quickly as well, because sometimes you can get distracted by something else.
It's like, wait, shit, I can do this now. Yeah, I figured it out.
And that is the worst thing, is they will hit you when you're in the shower. You're soaking wet. You cannot grab a piece of technology or a pen and paper. Or if you're like on the middle of transport and you can't use your phone right now, you're like having a conversation with someone. You just have to be like, pause a minute. I just need to jot this down.
I've done that in conversations. Just like, hold on.
This is golden. I need to take this. And and then you get back into it and you just realize you could save that for later. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so this next one that I have, this is the second one. I'm going to read through this first. Yeah, I'm going to read through this first.
Okay.
The smell of manure is not something a man who has lived in cities all his life ever truly understands. At most, I've experienced it in brief stints while visiting farms on school trips or driving through rural areas between my actual destinations. As I lay down in the middle of Hannah's cornfield, nose inches from the earth, I regret every time I've delighted in the smell. I shudder, pulling my shirt as close as I can. The soil is moist, the damp soaking into my clothing and causing my teeth to chatter as I finally hear the footsteps coming out of the woods. My hand comes to my mouth, teeth bearing down on the flesh between my thumb and finger. I gag, but manage to suppress it by biting down harder. The taste of manure is even worse than the smell, but eating a little shit is preferable to dealing with whatever managed to cause Féileacán concern. Christ almighty, couldn't even tell the sun had risen. That's a blessed sight if I've ever seen one. Brother, do not take the Lord's name in vain. What, you worried about someone hearing? There's naught but animals and their shite around here. No, it's some human race right over there. Crawling through the dirt, I drag myself close enough to see the road between the stalks of corn. The voices continue to bark out, each new voice weighing down on my confidence. Arching my back, I try to lift my head higher to see how much shit I'm really in. 7. All armed and 7. All armed and laden with gear. Move any more and they might discover you. I hold my breath, the men finally coming into my view as they march down the road. The black and white of their clothing hardly differentiates them from any of the other locals I've seen in the village, but the rifles, pistols, and one face I remember make it clear who they are. Makes it clear who they are. That doesn't even matter. The witch hunters that had been hiding in Hannah's house the last time we visited the tier. The same men who meant to burn her at the stake. Hold. Féileacan's voice causes me to freeze, one hand already pressed hard into the ground as I'm about to launch at them. I'm not just going to watch her die. You know I can't do that. And you know this isn't where she dies. Time has been reset. This had most likely occurred before we ever came to this tier in the first time. You ignored the dust butterfly's call for days before we came. Now stay down and listen. Perhaps you'll learn something. My elbow sinks back into the dirt, realizing the truth of Feli's words. The men come to a stop, my whole body tensing as they barely passed my hiding spot. One of them clears his throat with a hacking cough. He spits out a ball of phlegm so close to me I can make out the spots of blood in it.
What's good?
Well, thank you. What's the scrawny bitch doing? Conversing with a familiar. Lifting my head off the ground, I follow the men's heads to see Hannah, hunched over and petting a cat that eagerly leans into her touch. The cat limps as it circles the girl, trying to get back to her hand as quickly as possible. Noticing this, Hannah cups her hands into a circle, closing her eyes and whispering something too quietly to hear with how far away she is. I don't know why I cut it there either. But that, I imagine that sounded even worse than the first one to you.
No, this is significantly stronger.
Wait, really?
I disagree completely. I think this is much, much stronger.
Oh, then I am terrified. Well, because 1 second.
I think.
No, go ahead.
I think that you do really well when dealing with concrete places and things. I think you struggle with openings. I think you struggle with establishing like place. But once you're past that, you start to hit a rhythm. And you do a lot better. Okay. This is really competent.
Wow, that's fuck. Now I feel really bad.
Why?
That was my first draft, and now I was like, I'm gonna surprise him by showing the second draft immediately after and be like, I'm not really that bad. Now I'm worried that I'm gonna paste this one, and you're gonna say, actually, this is worse. You fucked up. Oh no!
You realize what happened though, right?
Go ahead.
you know what's happened, right? You wrote a solid first draft and then you lost confidence.
Oh, I hope not. I hope this one's better. I would be very interested to hear your thoughts though. Like if you feel this one's too wordy, goes off onto too many tangents.
No, the second one?
Yeah. Do you want me to read through the second one, or do you? Actually, this will be very interesting to see if you think I'm actually going in the wrong direction every time I correct things. Maybe I overcorrect and try to. Okay, I'll do this.
So wait, so you're saying that the second one is an earlier draft of the first one?
This second one is going to be the second draft. This is actually what I'm going to be releasing tomorrow. The first one I just read was something that I had prepared a while ago, and I felt like there were bits of it that didn't work, so I rewrote it. So this is the rewritten version. This is what I actually.
This is the rewritten version.
Yes.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. This is strong. This is stronger.
Oh no. Sorry, the first one is still the first opening. Sorry.
Okay.
I just changed what is listed as the second now. So this is going to be a second draft of what you just heard. It's a complete. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's see it. Let's see it. Yeah. Let's do it.
Just a little bit scared off. Okay.
No.
The smell of manure is not something a man who has lived in cities all of his life ever truly understands. At most, I've experienced it in brief stints while visiting farms on school trips or passing through rural areas between my actual destinations. As I lay down in the middle of Hannah's cornfield, nose inches from the earth, I regret every time I've delighted in the smell. My body is rocked by a shudder I can't control. The soil is moist, the damp soaking into my clothing and causing my teeth to chatter. It's the only sound chipping away at the silence of dawn. I let out another deep breath, desperate to slow my breathing even as my heart hammers in my chest. It's as if the forest around me is holding its breath as well. Are you Silence, lest you wish us end Hannah once more to escape. Footsteps. A branch breaks and coarse words that I can't make out grate on my ears. The chattering of my own teeth rises to match their volume, so I bite down on the flesh between my thumb and finger to muffle it. Bile rises in the back of my throat, but I manage to suppress the gag by biting harder. The taste of manure is even worse than the smell, but eating a little shit is preferable to dealing with whatever manages to cause Féileacán concern. Christ almighty, couldn't even tell the sun had risen, I couldn't. That's a blessed sight if I ever seen one. Brother, do not take the Lord's name in vain. What, you worried about someone hearing? There's naught but animals and their shite around here. No, there's some human waste right over there. I freeze, no longer concerned with getting a better vantage point. Did they see me? There are at least 3 different voices, all harsh on the ears despite one speaking gentle words. The voices continue to bark out. Nothing about me. I'm safe for now. Each voice I haven't heard before feels like another boot pressing me down into the mud. Arching my back, I try to lift my head higher to see how much shit I'm really in. 7, all armed and laden with gear. Move any more and they might discover you.
I like that. That's clever. It's a cute little thing. Like, see how much shit I'm really in.
Oh, thank you. That is one of the ways that I think I did get better from the first couple of chapters. I am doing a slightly better head voice. It's something that I need to be more confident in for sure, but thank you. I hold my breath, the men finally coming into view as they march down the road. The black and white of their clothing hardly differentiates them from any of the other locals I've seen in the village, but the rifles, pistols, and one face which is burned into my memory cause my stomach to stink even deeper into the earth. The witch hunters that had been hiding in Hannah's house the last time we visited the tier. The same men who meant to burn her at the stake. Hold. Féileacán's voice stops me, one hand already pressed hard into the ground as I'm about to launch at them. I'm not just going to watch her die. You know I can't do that. And you are aware this isn't where she dies. Time has been reset. This occurred before we arrived at this tier the first time. You ignored the call of the dust butterfly for days before heeding it. Stay down and listen. Perhaps you'll learn something. My elbow sinks back into the dirt, realizing the truth of Feli's words. One of these large men would be able to kill me even without a weapon. The 7 were apparently enough that even Féileacán didn't see himself winning the fight. Much as it hurts not being able to intervene, I know what he'll do rather than let myself come between them. It already happened. She survives this. Those thoughts allow me to stay still enough that only the teeth biting down on my hand tremble. The footsteps trail to a halt just ahead. The smell of tobacco and piss soaked into their clothing assaults me. One of them clears his throat with a hacking cough, spitting out a ball of phlegm that splatters against the cornstalk next to me. I gag, wincing as the murky liquid descends down the stalk my arm is pressed against. If I move, I'll be found. The cold of the dirt feels pleasant now compared to the warm wetness that's begun soaking into my forearm. And then it's pretty much the same. One thing that I am realizing here is I am doing that thing again where I'm over-explaining things that don't matter.
So it's okay to add details when you feel like they help build the scene. Sometimes you want to show the passage of time, but I do think that you do habitually do that. Again, that is, I think, partially due to a lack of confidence on your part, which is unearned.
That's a nice thing to say. Thank you. I think.
It's okay. So new writers often are often overconfident. Amateur writers, as they learn, begin to become underconfident. And then when an amateur becomes underconfident, they stop experimenting, and then it stunts their progress. And so, like, you're at that point. Okay. You're at the point where, like, you're competent, but like you've spent so long learning that you're afraid.
One thing that I definitely noticed in this paragraph as I was reading through that was I don't need to make it so clear Like the idea of the spitting the ball of phlegm, that's nice, that's visceral, that's disgusting as it's supposed to be, but there's a little bit too much connective tissue between it, showing like where they've moved to, what he's doing. It should be focused more on the phlegm soaking into the clothing. Ugh, yeah, I just kind of continue to describe
maybe this is a stylistic feeling. When we're starting to discuss style, you know that you're doing decent. I don't know how much I like him saying, like, I realize the truth of Feile's words. It's like, well, you can show that with his movement, right? Like, I slump back down.
My elbow sinks back into the dirt. Body relaxing.
Right. I sunk back into the dirt. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that him reassessing them, being like, yeah, this dude could kill me without a gun, right? Like that's good. Like I think that's a fine moment, right? It's a thing that I think that it works in the first person. Sometimes, like you say, oh, they have rifles and guns, but like him just saying, yeah, this guy could kill me without all of that. I think that is a good way to like not describe them too intently. Right? Like, you kind of get to build the vision of him in your head. Like, what does he look like? He looks like he could kill me without a gun. Right? Like, that says a lot.
Yeah.
And that's good. That works. So I don't like what you did with the spit. I felt like the one sentence before was better.
The smell of tobacco and piss?
Yeah, well, just like where there was blood in his phlegm, right? It's like, all right. So he's like, we've got a little bit of extra information. We get to know a little bit more about them. I feel like that's the kind of detail that brings it to life. I'm also going to give you a hint. If you find yourself needing to find another noun for a thing that you're describing, then you're probably lingering on it too long. You called it murky liquid. Nah, just get rid. Like as soon as you're trying to figure out, oh, what do I call phlegm without calling it phlegm? You know you're probably going a little too far.
Okay.
Right. This is a really common problem with like fan fiction, right? It's a problem. You see this, like it's a similar problem to like sex scenes. Whenever you have to write a sex scene, it's like, how many different ways can I say the word penis?
Yeah.
Yeah. You start like his hulking shaft, his throbbing member,
the heavenly pillar.
Right, like, yeah. It's the same problem, right? You're lingering on it too long. You don't need to linger this long on him spitting.
Yeah.
Like the situation's already disgusting enough, and it's landed right next to him. It's like, all right, we get the point. We get the point.
And I think, yeah, that like the however I described it with like the web of blood throughout it, I think that was good, and I'm surprised I took that out and I buried it with things that do actually weaken it rather than the one sentence that worked well. Yeah,
it's speckled with blood.
How do you remember these things in one fucking... God, your memory's crazy.
It was a line that stood out to me.
Oh.
I thought it was the best line. I was surprised you got rid of it.
I know. I'm surprised I got rid of it. I thought I kept that. Like, yeah, no, looking back at this, I'm like, damn. I still like a lot more of this, at least towards the beginning. But yeah, towards the end, I was realizing I am way over describing this scene. This scene isn't that important that it needs this much fucking time. They're big men. They're scary. That's what I need to get across. They're disgusting. And Ku realizes he cannot fight them.
They're diseased, right? Yeah. They're diseased.
Blasphemous, even though they supposedly work for the church. So, yeah.
Right. But yeah, I think that, like, it's the kind of inconsistent religiosity that you see sometimes from like someone who is not really that dedicated. Like they sort of pick and choose whatever feels godly at the time.
Yeah.
Whatever feels most godly. Yeah. I think that I really like that dialogue. It's like, do not take the Lord's name in vain. It's like, what do you care? right? It's like, this is like, they have, I really like that incongruous religiosity. It's fun. It's fun.
Thank you. I was glad you liked the whole
it's
like
very
wordplay
good.
with shit, because that was one of those things where I'm like, that sounds kind of silly, but I want to keep it in because it is something Koo would say. Yeah.
It's a little cheesy. It's definitely a little cheesy, but at the same time, right? Like, he's a city boy. It's like, I'm in shit, right? Like in multiple ways.
Yeah.
I would change the first sentence. I don't like he's saying that it's like, it's not something a man who's lived in the cities all his life. Again, so this is another habit that I'm seeing. Again, remember, like oftentimes there are just a couple of problems that show up in an amateur writer's writing that are easily fixed.
Yeah.
The smell of manure is not something a man who has lived in cities all his life. This is a very long clause.
Yeah.
And when you have a long clause, you really gotta make space for it, and it's gotta work in the sentence. A lot of old writing, you know, we're talking couple hundred years ago, really enjoys long clauses. It does hamper comprehension. I would say, just make this first person, right? In fact, I would get rid of the first sentence in general. At most, I'd experience the smell of manure in brief stints while visiting farms on school trips or passing through rural areas, or driving. I don't know. I don't know if if this is like a if this is an isekai. Just passing through. Maybe a more specific word would help here. Again, specific verbs are nice.
Yeah, I think the only reason I didn't go with driving was the idea of like sometimes being on a train, sometimes being in a car.
Yeah. Yeah, passing works then.
Okay.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with the word. I was like, again, we're talking style now, and if we're starting to talk style, then you're in a pretty decent place.
Okay.
So lie down in the middle of Hannah's cornfield. I regret every time I've delighted in the smell. I feel like this is something you've done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is something you felt. It's like, yeah, I've experienced that too. It's like, man,
You're like
manure
driving
really is strong when you get close. Like it's almost pleasant when you're driving, you know, you're far from it, but when you're like in it, it is overwhelming.
Yeah, driving through, especially when you're a city boy, it is very much like, that smells wonderful. I'm out in the countryside, because you are just passing through it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so quaint out here. Yeah, I caught that. I think leaning on that, it might. I'd like to see you describe that a little more vividly. I got it because I get it, right? Like this is an experience I've had. But I think that, so maybe connect the ideas. Maybe it's as simple as adding a but here. So at most I've experienced the smell of manure. At most, I had experienced the smell of manure in brief stints while visiting farms on school trips or passing through rural areas. You can probably get rid of between actual destinations. Yeah. Just trim it down. But as I lay down in the middle of Hannah's cornfield, nose inches from the earth, I get what you're going with for I regret every time I've delighted in the smell. This should be its own sentence, and it should be in between others. And what we need is like his experience. Right now, we get that he regrets it. We get that it's strong, but we need a little more. We need a little bit more, right? Give me some more shit smell. Like, because like that's missing right now. Like, we're in first person, and this is an overwhelming stench that, like, I know this smell, right? Even just now, I think about how I would describe it. It feels like it's sticking to your nostrils and clinging to your skin. and to the inside of your throat, and it overwhelms, right? Like I want to see a little bit more of that. I want to see the effect it's having.
Got you.
Is that a Zanbran?
That's a Zanny raid. What is up, Netherlands? We were doing a writer's workshop today with Fredrik Knudsen. He's been guiding me a lot on a lot of my weaknesses as a writer. And yeah, I've actually got like a list of things that I need to focus on when I like start writing in the future, but also showcasing a lot of his writing, which has been really nice as well. We got like
it's been fun.
Possibly a preview of something that's going to come out in the future, if nothing else, like a really, really cool, almost got like a very short video essay about something I'd never heard of before. Is this your writing? Yes, unfortunately.
This is Koo's writing, and he's being humble. This is much stronger than he is allowing himself to admit.
You're incredibly sweet.
No, it's true. It's true. Like, I feel like it just like, you're already well on the way. Like I said, you know, amateur writers often just have a couple of little things that if they fixed would help elevate their writing a lot. And I think you're at that point where like the things that I've noted so far, you tighten those up. You're a good writer, right?
Thank you.
like that's all. Like, you're a lot better than you're giving yourself credit for.
That's very sweet. And yeah, okay, I'll take credit for that. I'm at a level where I can recognize, like, I'm past the Dunning-Kruger intro point where I realize I have a lot to fucking learn, and I'm taking the steps to try and improve as I go forward.
Yeah,
so
it's
like
going to be it will be gradual improvement. Like, you keep these in mind, you'll start to get into the habit of looking for these things, and then it will become second nature, and you don't have to even think about them anymore. You just notice them because you're so used to looking for them. You won't even have to look for them, and it'll jump out at you.
Gotcha.
You'll feel it, right? Like, once you do it enough, writing, you start to be able to feel the writing, and then you can say, why do I feel this? And then you look at the writing and you say, oh, because of this and this and this, right? Like, you sort of can post hoc recognize why the writing feels this way.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I definitely, it's same with any skill. Like, it becomes second nature over time, and you have to realize where your weaknesses are so you can focus on the weaknesses for a while. And then, it becomes automatic to just not make those mistakes anymore. It just comes more naturally from you. So,
right.
Yeah, that's what we're working on.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's like you are in a really scary position where, like, maybe you feel inchoate as a writer, but and the fact that you are publishing the writing anyway is like massive kudos to you. That is balls out confidence.
That's not confidence. That's I am really, really, you know what? I am very, very confident in my characters and the plot line. Everything else is very much like I don't have the ability to do it any other way other than if I like just literally just talked about stories and without writing prose way, and we're just like, and these are the plot points. So yeah, it's more like I'm writing this now knowing that I think the plot points, the storylines are good. I'm going to get better as it goes on, but if people like the stories, you know, it's a fun little entertainment thing, and people maybe make them better in the future. Like when I work with the person who makes webtoons, Chris Nguyen, and when I get to do like audio dramas and stuff, that is definitely more in my skill set, that kind of stuff. So yeah, maybe I'll get better at this someday and it can become something. But for now, it's very much, I'm doing my best.
Well, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. If you're feeling like you're stuck on something, like, I can give things a look too, right? Like, hey Fred, this isn't flowing. I'm like, okay, let me look.
Okay, that would definitely be helpful. I would be very interested. Like, I'll I would like to show you a few more things in the future, but they are things that are coming out in the future as well, where it's like,
right,
I didn't want to spoil
something maybe
everything.
we can't stream that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah,
But
let's
yeah,
do
no,
it.
for now,
would
I
like that.
definitely want to like take what you've taught me today. I'm probably going to give this one more pass before I release it tomorrow. Just the things that
Yeah,
you've
that's
said so
fine.
far. Do you have any other notes just about like this bit, Somar? Because I
let me
am
see.
already
Okay,
realizing like
so-
I have lengthened things to the point where it's too lengthy. It's too windy.
Yeah, trim it down.
Yeah.
I think you could trim down a few places. I would like to hear more description of what the smell of manure is like to him. Like, we're seeing, like, sometimes it's good to just show action, but I think that sometimes a sense, right? Like, when you're filling up a sense, then it's okay to describe that, to take a little bit of time to describe it, right? There are plenty of it, like I can think of any number of examples in other writing, not even my own writing, where like it's worth it to stop and like this sets the scene, right? And now that we are in a character's position, everything else happens in the context of that, and it's great. That's something that writing can do really well. And take advantage of it. I think you can take advantage of that in this particular situation. Let's see. The flesh between my thumb and finger. I know what you're talking about. This feels a little awkward. Again, it's a very long clause.
Yeah, that's another one of those ones where I guess I could just say bite.
Okay, so
I
do
think
you
I
know
have
what a clause is?
Santa.
To be clear. Sure. A clause. Okay,
No.
so a clause. It's okay. It's okay. A clause is anything that like serves a function in a sentence. So when you say like the subject of a sentence, right? If we want to say like the subject is a branch, so this is like the subject. So this is a clause, right? It's a deep, like we can get into all kinds of definitions, but just think of it as like a thing. So the flesh between my thumb and finger, like yes, flesh is the noun, but we have all of this attached to it. So think about like the extra words you're attaching to that word, and then see if you can trim that down or make it cleaner. I notice that sometimes when you write sentences, they get derailed a bit by really long clauses. Or not a clause. I think I'm using the word clause wrong. Shit. No, a clause. Sorry, it's a clause is when you have a subject and a verb. I'm just thinking like this is the subject. I'm sorry, I'm using improper words.
You're good. I didn't even know any of the words, so
This
don't worry
is
about it.
this is the sub. So a clause is like when you have a subject and a verb, right? So
Okay.
like a sentence. Well, not necessarily a sentence. A sentence has to be an independent clause, which means it can't be attached to anything. I'm getting out. I'm moving beyond. I'm just thinking this. I'm thinking of the subject, right? This whole phrase. I'm sorry. I've been saying clause instead of phrase.
You're good. I think I know why I did that though, and it's something we talked about earlier. I feel like possibly in my first draft, I used the word hand more, where it was like hand going into the earth, hand going onto the ground kind of thing. And then I had to find a way rather than just saying bite down on the hand. I think that might have been what happened, and that just like survived through as well. And I just didn't really think about it because it was like still the position that I wanted him to bite down on, but he can just bite down on his hand. It doesn't have to be any specific part of the hand.
Yeah, it's not
Just
important.
the idea that,
I think
it's
like
to stop the teeth chattering out loud and have flesh to bite down on.
yeah, this is like one of the problems with writing, right? Like you know where you want him to bite, but sometimes that detail gets in the way of the flow.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be stated. He's biting down on his hand because he wants his teeth to stop chattering. It's not that he's biting down there for a specific reason. So that specific place doesn't need to be guided to. That is,
yeah, you can just say he bit on his hand. The chattering of my own teeth. Okay, so the phrase rises to match their volume is a little awkward. Okay, so this is another problem. Okay, so if you want to look out for things, this is another one. I think sometimes you get technical. This is another really common amateur technique, right? Sometimes they say like I think 500 meters away. Like some writers do this, I don't like it. But it is an example of this problem where like you want to try to be specific, but humans do not experience the world specifically. So I think especially in a situation like this, it might be wise to, instead of thinking what is literally happening, think about how your character is experiencing it, right? Like, yeah, he bit down on the flesh between his thumb and finger. It's like, my teeth are chattering and I bite my hand to stop it, right? That's how they experience it. Not specifically where they're biting, just that they're biting their hand. Like, my teeth rises to match their volume. The word volume here, this is like very technical, right? He's not going to be thinking about things in terms of volume. Maybe the sound rises over it, right? Like the sound, like it's people think relationally. The chattering of my teeth was as loud as they're talking. That's going to be more relatable. This would work if like you're trying to measure the loudness of teeth chattering to talking, but that's not what's happening. We're not writing a scientific paper. We're writing a person's experience.
He's worried about the volume getting too loud, not about comparing it. Yeah. So it would be more in character to instead say, branch breaks and coarse words that I can't make out grate on my ears. The chattering of my own teeth. Oh, God. That's got to be a better way to do it.
Yeah, just rethink the whole sentence.
Yeah.
Just rethink this entire sentence. Take a minute. Yeah, let's do that right now.
Okay. Footsteps.
Play around.
Branch breaks and coarse words that I can't make out grate on my own ears.
Oh, yeah. I think you identified another problem. Yeah.
Oh, which one?
The phrase was too long. Another phrase was too long.
It was two separate things trying to be shoved together. Yeah.
You felt it. Yeah. You're getting it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
A branch breaks.
Footsteps. A branch breaks. Boom. It doesn't diminish the meaning. It just emphasizes another part of the meaning. Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Footsteps. A branch breaks. There's voices, but the chattering of my own teeth drowns them out. Much better. You see what I mean? We're experiencing this. This is experiential now.
God damn it. Okay, that was really much better for sure. I bite down.
There's voices, but the chattering of my own teeth drowns them out. I bite down on my hand.
Bite down on my hand.
You can get rid of the biting harder. Like, the taste of manure is even worse than the smell, but eating a little shit is preferable to...
That's a step ahead. Wait for me.
Yeah. We're a step ahead. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just...
No, you're good.
Right now.
There's voices, but the chattering of my own teeth drowns them out. I bite down on my hand. Bite down on my hand. Honestly? Bite down on my hand. That could be one sentence. Bite down on my hand. Bile rising. In the back of my throat.
I bite down on my hand in spite of the taste of manure.
Oh, yes. I bite down on my own hand. Bite down on my own hand. I bite down on my own hand. Gagging.
So when the way you're writing it, everything kind of happens at once, but this is kind of sequential, right? My teeth are chattering. There's talking. I can't hear them. I bite on my hand. I taste shit. I gag.
Yeah.
Right? Like these are like this is a sequence of events. And when you say like I bite down on my hand, gagging at the taste, like that is something that is happening at the same time. When I think that this is sequential, it's just all happening very quickly.
Okay. There's voices, but the chattering of my own teeth. I bite down on my own hand. So that should actually focus on I bite down on my own hand. To silence. That's where I get confused. If I just do I bite down on my own hand, do you think that works better than saying like in some way why the bite is happening? Like, do you think the reader would be able to like understand why he's biting down on the hand? Chattering of my own teeth.
Chattering of my own teeth.
Down on my hand.
Ooh, even better. Okay, wait a minute. We can even combine this. I hear voices and I bite down on my hand to silence the chattering of my teeth.
Jesus, there we go.
There we go. We just need to combine things even further, trim it down even further. And I bite down to silence the chattering of my own hand. Yeah, that implies, he can't hear them over the chattering of his teeth immediately, right? It helps him like we know why he's doing it.
Yeah.
It's implied.
It's voices, but I have to bite down on my own hand to hear them. Recognize.
And I think that and instead of but, right?
Oh.
Like this is a logical sequence of events. There's voices.
I have to bite down.
And I bite and I have not even have to, right? Like, and I bite down on my hand. Like, this is immediate. I think, like, there's nothing wrong with having have to there. I just don't like it. Like, you see what I mean? I'm starting to inject style in, and that means we're on the right track. It means that it's good.
What about there's voices, or is that too many, like, very short sentences in one go?
It's too many short sentences in a row, I think.
Voices, and I bite down on my own hand. My brain is gone. I bite down on my own hand.
To silence the chattering of my teeth, I think.
Yeah. Silence or stifle, but silence is good. Silence.
Silence or stifle, either is fine, right?
My teeth. Taste of manure is even worse than the smell, but eating little shit is preferable to dealing with whatever manages to cause Féileacán concern. I think that's okay, because that's very much something he would think. Yeah, I think that's fine. It sounds.
Yeah, I think that.
I could take out the Féileacán thing, but.
What if it's just. There's voices, and I bite down on my own hand to silence the chattering of my teeth. No, You could probably rework it if you want, but at this point we're splitting hairs.
Yeah, I think it's okay for now. Like, I think it gets
this is more than
across.
Yeah. This is more than functional at this point, right? Like this is significantly better, more streamlined, more visceral. It gets the ideas across a lot faster and a lot like
big paragraph before.
Speed is not always of the essence, but. But I think that here it works because this is very fast, right? Like, oh shit, they're coming down the road. Damn it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can see how much better that is, and that is one of the things I have to work on the most as a writer is just putting in a whole bunch of long-winded things that don't need to be said.
Yeah, so again, I would say like the problems that you were facing in this, it's like, again, it's you are no exception to the rule I was talking about. Amateur writers have the same problems show up in their writing consistently, and with yours, it's long phrases. I was saying clauses, I meant phrases. I think I even used the proper term. A phrase is like a bunch of words that operate together in a clause. Right? That's what I was trying to say. So, a branch, right? This is a phrase. Branch is the noun, but a branch is the phrase. And sometimes you end up with really long phrases, and those long phrases really mess with the rhythm of the writing.
You don't
And
like...
if you can just...
Sorry.
No, if you can just spot them. So I think what's going to happen is that you're going to look over your writing, you're going to say, this feels clunky, what's going on? And you're going to look and see that there is a really long phrase. And you're going to figure out how to break up that phrase, or even just reduce it, or like reduce it down a lot, and it's going to start flowing better.
And that connects into
I practically guarantee you.
Yeah, and that also connects heavily into what you did with the first paragraph, the opening paragraph, where it was a thing of like, a lot of this doesn't have to do with the actual themes, and it's just something I thought was pretty and visual. So I put into writing thinking like, oh, that'll fit there. And yeah, so I need to like keep it a bit more razor focused and stop just flooding it with information that isn't actually relevant to the story or isn't something the character would actually be experiencing. It's almost like third person, first person, where, especially, God, when you pointed it out to me, this one I'm going to rework offline. Smeller of manure is not something a man who has lived in cities all in life ever truly understands. That's not something a person would say in their mind. That's very much like
not really,
a third person omniscient kind of viewpoint thing. It's not something that the person who is face down in shit is going to think out loud.
Right, yeah. But you know what they're going to say? They're going to say something like, I'm not made for this. Right? Like, they're going to think of it in relation to themselves. And then, like, later they're going to position it in terms of humanity.
Yeah,
like,
then they can bring in their own story.
Like, or maybe they feel, they bring in their own story as evidence of it. Or maybe, like, if they are going to relate it to something like that, they're going to say, no man was ever meant to work with shit. Right? Like, no man was ever meant to be so close to shit, to cow dung. Like, you can do it like that, right? Like that. Maybe it's not totally accurate.
No, exactly. But that does, like, give you an idea. This, without having to say, like, I've only ever seen it while visiting farms on school trips. It's the idea, like they are a city boy. They don't understand, like, farms, you work with literal animal shit and spread it around. So yeah, I'm too clean for this. That's a cute way to say it.
So to be clear, I want to say, like, I am not averse to long sentences. Did you see how long some of my sentences were in the Pee Pee Poo Poo song essay?
Oh yeah, no, I think
they were like half of the paragraph.
No, I get what you're saying. It's not like, oh, all your sentences have to be short and you have to use the shortest way to say things. It's that when they are long, they should be long for a reason. It shouldn't just be because you didn't want to say the word hand. So you went for the flesh between my thumb and finger. No, you've given me a lot to think about, and that's great. And my brain is exploding.
I am willing to bet that if we do this again, and you bring back some writing samples, you're going to be so much stronger.
Would you like to do this again in about 2 to 3 months?
I'm down.
I'd be down.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
sure I could use the help.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. I kind of like, I want to go through all 3 of the chapters that are coming out tomorrow again and just be like, okay, I've got some things I can do to these before they get like released for the first time as well. So that's why my brain is like, okay, we're good.
So,
because this gave me a lot more.
Okay, good. My question is, when I say the word phrase, do you know what I mean when I'm saying that?
Yes, it's
like when I was highlighting. Okay.
Yeah, it's
like think of it as like a phrase, like the subject or the object of a sentence, right? A noun. Look at all of the adjectives that are attached to it, and look at, all of the words talking about its position, that are all attached together. Try to locate that, right? Highlight everything that acts. If you could reduce it down to one word, then it's a phrase.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's a very good way to describe it. I was just looking through my writing to find another one where I fucked up. Well, not fucked up necessarily, but probably. Trying to find another one where it's like a long phrase that doesn't need to be that long.
Yeah, I'm looking for long phrases. Not seeing a lot of them.
This one, I know is clunky, so I'm definitely going to rework this down to a shorter version. But splatters against the cornstalk. That's the exact one I was going to grab. And intrinsically, I knew like there was something wrong with these sentences, and I just know they're like clunky. I need to fix them, and now I'm realizing it's because I'm describing the locations way too much. All I really need to describe is how disgusting that fucking phlegm is, and then it's coming towards him.
A ball of phlegm. Just like this is a phrase, right? This could just be phlegm.
True. Damn, I didn't even get to that one. Yeah.
Or like, okay, so
and instead of
another thing,
descends down the stalk my arm is pressed against, I can just say descends towards me.
Or the word descend is this is one of the problems with I don't think they use a thesaurus here. This is I saw someone suggesting thesauruses. Be very careful with how you use thesauruses. The problem with a thesaurus is that one word is not always a simple replacement for another word. Often there are nuances to a word, right? Like if I say the word dark, well, what if I want a different word? Well, a thesaurus is going to tell me umbral is a replacement for the word dark. That doesn't mean you can just control F the word dark and control V umbral, right? Like there's nuances to the words, and a lot of writing is using the word with the right nuance.
Like if I found a word that was like disgusting feeling for that, it might work, but honestly, the description from the phlegm itself might be enough. So yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a thesaurus, just make sure that you understand the nuances of the word that you're trying to use.
I can't think of one.
Yeah, it's fine. So maybe
sinks?
Drips.
Drips. Oh, drips is good.
I feel like a new sentence to describe it dripping down is a bit much. One of them... I think... Okay, so I'm just thinking about little ways to improve this. You say one of them clears his throat. Maybe like a particularly ugly one clears his throat. Right? Or maybe like a particularly sickly looking one. Right? One of the sicklier ones coughs and like clears his throat with a hacking cough, right? Look for non-specific words and see what you can do about making them more specific. You don't always need the most specific word, but if you have ways of making something more descriptive without bloating it can go a long way to providing texture. I think that's a mistake that I think a lot of writers make as well. They want to provide texture to a scene, but they end up bloating their writing to do so. Yeah. When really most of the texturing should come as a matter of course. Just looking at the writing I did, I presented, right? Let me see. I don't describe it a lot. I'm more talking about their conversation. I don't do that a lot here, actually, now that I look at it. The fur draped around her neck, right? So I could have... So here's a really good example, actually. I could have said hanging around her neck, but instead draped, right? Like this animal. Is draped on her... almost like it makes her feel more like furniture, almost, right?
That's interesting, because when I imagined that, I imagined it like an animal actually curled around her neck, but maybe that's just the fur that's doing that to me.
Yeah, it's like the point is this is more vivid, right? It's like this is how you create vividness without bloating it. I think that will help a lot.
Definitely.
Like, you have the image in your head, and then just, like, really, like, use verbs. Like, oh, verbs are so good. Like, good verbs, there is nothing like a good verb.
Oh, yeah. Like prattling.
Prattling, yeah. Prattling. Like, I'm looking at your writing again, like, sinking back into the dirt. Let's see. The 7 were apparently enough. Let's see. I'm just looking. She survives this. I like this line. She survives this. That's a good one. I think that one thing that will help bring your writing to life, there aren't a lot of really vivid verbs. I think that you have a really solid vision of the scene in your head. I think the reason I sometimes have trouble imagining them in my head is because you need more verbs. Like, you need stronger verbs. I believe that you have a strong vision in your head of how this looks. I think that we need to feel it. I think that we could use more vivid verbs.
I need to improve my diction.
No, so here's what you do, right? Like, if this is an intense moment, then start thinking, what word, like, what is he really doing here, right? Let me see. Like, let me just look around and see what we can do. Ooh, okay, here we go. What I'm highlighting right here. I hold my breath, the men finally coming into my view as they march down the road. March is good. Coming is a very vague word. Maybe, like, the word march is good, though. What if we get to the word march sooner? What if you said they marched into his view?
The men marching into my view.
Yeah, I hold my breath, the men finally marching into my view. Boom. Suddenly, you trim it away. Now, they're not coming, they're marching. Right? Like, that weak word has been, like, we've gotten rid of the weak word, and now all that's left is the march. Like, all right. Now we're cooking.
Got you. Okay.
See? Like, it makes a big difference if you just, like, get rid of weak verbs. I'm getting a little more precise now. I worry that I'm overloading you now.
Tiny bit, but I'm happy to hear it. It's one of those things where it's like, I know some of the other things that I need to focus on when it comes to, like, the more precise things. That's probably something I'll have to focus on, like, after, kind of thing. If that makes blah, blah. Like, I've already, like, I realized a few of the things that I want to work on for now. So at this point, it is an overload where I'm like, if I try to do everything at once, I'm not sure if I would just like actually manage to change anything or just overwhelm myself, kind of thing.
So how about this? Let's do a little training using your work. Okay, so in this paragraph, there is a phrase here that is interrupting the flow. Can you find it?
Any of the other locals I've seen in the village?
That one is definitely a little awkward. There's one that's a little more awkward.
Rifles, pistols, and one face which is burned into my memory. That sounds bad as well. The witch hunters that have been hiding. Yeah.
You found it.
Okay, I was going to keep going in case there was a worse one.
Which is, so part of the reason it interrupts the flow is because you have the first two parts of this list are really short and punchy, and then you have a big old phrase that interrupts that flow. Rifles, pistols, and one face which is burned into my memory.
And I was trying to show the idea that that's the one that really makes him catch, but that does the opposite. Instead, I should be like, I've seen The black and white of their clothing hardly differentiates them from any of the locals I've seen in the village. But the rifles, pistols, and that one face.
Maybe it doesn't belong in this list. Maybe it needs to be on its own.
I was thinking of like interrupting the sentence maybe with an M dash and doing like the rifles, pistols.
That would also work.
Face, and then being like tying that into like that face which is burned into my memory.
That's great. That's great. I love parentheticals. Parentheticals are wonderful. So yeah, like
work.
Rifles, pistols, M dash, and one face burned into my memory, M dash, cause my stomach to sink even deeper. Yeah.
I do not know how to do an M dash on Google Docs.
Okay, so insert. Go up to the insert tab.
Oh.
Go down to what? Hold on.
Symbols?
Symbols.
Special characters?
Yep, special characters. Then you can probably search M dash EM. Spelled EM dash. Yeah, okay, fun fact. It is not letter M dash, it is spelled EM dash.
I only learned today that there's such a thing as an N dash. I did not know that.
Yes, there is. I never really learned how to use them.
So I heard the way you did it with like the parentheses in the middle of the sentence. How do you feel about but the rifles, pistols, and one face? That.
But if you're doing this as a rifles, pistols, and one. So you need to. You're kind of altering the structure of the sentence now. The black and white of their clothing hardly differentiates them from any of the other locals. I think you can get rid of "I've seen in the village." Just say any of the other locals.
Yeah, that's the other
and
bit that I looked at and was like, that's clunky.
You were right that the phrase was clunky.
Yeah.
Even if that wasn't the one I originally was seeing. So the black and white of their clothing hardly differentiated them from any of the other locals. You need to adjust the structure of this sentence. I think that there's an easy way to do it. Their clothes, the black, so maybe just not the black and white of their clothing.
Maybe just nothing differentiates them from any of the locals, but the rifles.
Little differentiated them from any of the other locals, but for their, there are a few ways you could go about this that would work that come to mind. Like, little differentiates them from any, from the probably you get rid of any of the other.
Yeah.
Little differentiates them from the locals. Save for their rifles and pistols. And one save for their rifles and pistols and one face among them.
For the rifles, pistols, and one face among them. There, yeah, okay. And then you do the sentence, that one face which is burned into my memory causes my stomach to sink deeper into the earth. Or I could change that a bit as well. That one face which is burned into my
this
memory.
is a list, so you need a comma after. Well, it's American. People are going to get on your ass for it. This is the... What is it? I think it's called the Oxford comma.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some people believe
comma,
whether it exists
a
or
comma.
not.
Yeah. It's all just style. You don't have to use it if you don't want. I personally like the Oxford comma because it helps with clarity, and anything that helps with clarity is good in my book.
I think the rule I was taught about, and again, this is admitting I know very little about grammar, but I think the reason that they don't use it in England is they're taught like not to use it if it's got a final thing in a sentence is the final thing in a list. But yeah. Yeah, you're right. The extra comma works.
It's preference, yeah. Some people like it, some people don't. I like it because anything that enhances clarity is good.
One face which is burned into my memory causes my stomach to sink deeper into the earth. I think I can split that up as well. My stomach sinks even deeper.
So, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is not an independent clause, but that's fine because this is creative writing, baby. We get to mess around with grammar.
Yeah, no, I know that's not grammatically correct.
Yeah, but
there's probably
it's
a way to
creative
use
writing.
like
No one
a
cares.
semicolon there, right? But yeah, that's the idea I was trying to get across in the writing is little differentiates except the rifles, pistols, and one face among them. That one face which is burned into my memory. That is very much like taking up all his thoughts in that moment.
Yeah, I think that an M dash there would be good. One face among them. That one face burned into my memory.
So like here?
Yeah.
Between this.
Right there.
Grammar teaching. Do I put the M dash after the them or before the that? Or does it join the both?
Well, it joins them.
Oh, okay.
There's no space. When you use an M dash, there's no space.
Okay.
There are no spaces.
So an M dash is
Right
completely
there.
different from a, like one of the dashes that, God, my brain. Like if you did a line of dialogue being cut off before the end, is it just a normal dash or so that wouldn't be an M dash?
I think it's an M dash.
Okay.
Like now I'm wondering, is it an N dash? Is it a different dash? Like I'm sure that there are some typists who know better than me. I think it's an M dash.
Chat.
It could be an N dash. I wonder. Okay, now I'm actually.
Apparently
I'm
that's the N dash. Apparently the N dash is the one that comes to interrupt.
Aimed for its width. Okay, let me see. Dash. Okay, here we go. How to use M dashes, N dashes, and hyphens. Thank you, Merriam-Webster. The M dash in the company of other M versus N dash. Do. Oh, if you want to be official about things, use the N dash to replace a hyphen in compound adjectives. When at least one of the elements is a two-word compound. That is very specific. Holy shit. That is really specific. Yeah, it's wow. So yes, it's when you're showing like a span. So technically you're supposed to use N dashes when you say like between this number and this number, or between this time and this time. Technically you're supposed to. I never knew that.
I thought that was just a basic hyphen as well.
Yeah, same. I just never. I don't know. I just never thought about it. No one ever called me out on it. So, and I like my writing is usually narration. So like this kind of formatting isn't important. I just don't use it. That's funny. Today I learned.
Today we learned.
Honestly though, like someone cutting themselves off in dialogue is not really proper English. I would imagine that it's pretty much whatever dash you want to use, baby.
Yeah.
That's my guess anyway.
Creative writing, yeah. As long as it gets across the effect, you know, like, oh, they had more to say and they were stopped there. Yeah. I'm gonna work on this as well.
I don't know. Well, I feel like I personally would use an M dash.
For the end of a like.
Well, you know what? Yeah, like an M dash is often used in a similar way to parentheses because it is an interrupted thought. So I would think if someone's interrupting their dialogue, you would also use an M dash.
Thought, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I was ever taught this.
I think there's a lot that we're just never taught about grammar, where it's just like, as long as you can use full stops and commas to a basic degree, they're fine. In fact, I remember the main thing that stuck with me from being taught grammar was, you use a comma if you're taking a short rest. You use a full stop if you're taking a full breath of air. That's how I remember them like teaching us the way that stuck with me most between like how sentence structure worked. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. message is burned into my memory.
Ooh, hair is dry. I think I have a bloody nose.
Oh shit.
It's not bad.
Okay.
It's not terrible.
I'm glad.
I think it's
terrible.
actually. I don't even need to stop. I don't even need to get.
Oh,
tissue.
I was actually going to wrap up now anyway.
Oh, perfect.
Because I am feeling a bit overloaded, and I do want to look over more of this, but I also need a break because I need a bio break as well, and I don't like to take those on stream.
Oh, fair enough. Well, this I had a good time today.
I had a wonderful time, so thank you for this. I feel like we just you basically corrected my work. You were teacher today, and I hope that was okay.
I'm happy to help.
Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't have as much of diving in as deeply to your writing, but it was nice learning so many things and seeing your word choice with examples from your writing essentially. That was a lot of fun. I always love having these conversations. Yeah, because this was very much a lesson for me, but just in general, whenever we have conversations about things, I always come away being and now I need to research 6 things. But thank you very much for that.
I am glad I can inspire it because I believe that curiosity is one of the greatest impulses of humanity. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Learning is always important.
Curiosity on a fundamental level makes me happy because it is a predator's instinct turned toward constructive ends.
Okay, you're going to have to give that one to me. Break that down. A predator's instincts turn towards constructive.
Okay, so curiosity is an emotion that is exhibited mostly in it's exhibited mostly in predators.
Because they want to learn what something is to know if it's do I fight this? Do I flee from this? Do I eat this? Is that kind of mentality?
They're curious. It's I hear a noise. I'm going to go check out the noise because that might be prey. That's why cats are so curious. Dogs are curious. But creatures like deer, if they hear a sound, they're probably more likely to run. They're not going to investigate. They're going to say, that is a predator. I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, that's how you mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it is evolutionary. Curiosity is evolutionarily speaking an emotion that is exhibited much more frequently in predators. Humans are omnivores, but they are hunters, right? And so curiosity serves a very obvious role. However, curiosity, as you might know, is
addictive.
Also something that has encouraged us to expand our minds. It is the primary emotion behind science. It is the thing that has sent us into space. It is the thing that has sent us to the bottom of the ocean. Why are we going to the bottom of the ocean? Because I'm curious about what's down there. It is a predator's instinct turned towards constructive ends.
That's a fascinating way to word it, but it does make sense. I like that. Because, it's taking something that may have made us dangerous, but now we're able to harness in a more, mostly, beneficial way.
Yeah. That's how I feel anyway. I have emotions about this.
I feel like that's what
feelings.
Life is past a certain point, because, you want new experiences, you want to learn new things, you want to grow. Because just being stagnant, just being in the same place, just doing what you've already done is just monotonous. So we like to experience new things and grow. And that's
boredom. Boredom is another, I feel like, I don't know about boredom, but I bet that is also a predator instinct.
I don't know. I feel like maybe that's almost like a sentient instinct. I don't know how
we need
many
stimulation.
Exactly. Yeah. Because we're conscious, we have the thought well, maybe it's also just when we have an abundance, because I feel like a lot of other creatures wouldn't necessarily get to a point of boredom if they're constantly just trying to survive, kind of thing. And as humans, we've kind of dominated the planet to the point where boredom almost becomes an enemy. In the same way, like our intelligence sometimes works against us when it comes to certain things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have some strong opinions about social media.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you do.
I have not made a substantial post on social media in years.
I feel that. I am getting like more and more pulled away from social media.
I mean, I'm not going to go on the rant.
Fair.
Because I don't think anyone wants that right now as we're wrapping up stream.
No, I go on the rant to a minimalist level every other couple of weeks anyway.
Yeah. Now, I was also going to say, it also veers very closely into two white boys talking about society.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very privileged white boys who are able to talk about it on the internet, which goes back to the whole, like, we have an abundance, we get bored. A lot of people don't have that abundance. So, yeah, I feel you. But
yeah, anytime this word society gets deployed, I always get a little worried.
Society, TM. We live in a society. Oh, God. Okay, we will wrap this up for today. I have a lot of homework to do, which I'm excited for. And again, that's just another one of these things where, yeah, I feel like a lot of people do get afraid when it comes to doing anything creative because they're like, it's going to be garbage and no one's going to like it and therefore I shouldn't even bother. No, it's so much fun to realize like, oh, these are my weak points and I want to improve on things and I want to do my best to make this the best it can be before tomorrow, even knowing that when I'm done and released it tomorrow, there will be a point in the future when I look back on it and I'm like, okay, I would have done better nowadays. Like, yeah, even just like the first 3 chapters, there's part of me that's like, oh, I could go back and rewrite all of that. And I'm like, no, like for now, we're going to lock in and we're going to keep telling the story because I want to keep moving forward. But then eventually there will probably come a point someday where I'm like, huh. And now if I actually want to make this enjoyable for other people in like a more digestible way, then we'd go back to that as well. But for now, we're doing the journey. And yeah. Sorry, that's just the level that I'm at with my people where I'm like, I'm bad at this, but I'm having fun learning. And I think everyone should have fun learning whatever craft they want to do, whether it is something artistic, whether it is something like scientific, whether it is like learning, communicating, whatever it is, like, yeah, just practice. It's so much fun. And like,
just do it.
Yeah. Sharing with people, seeing where they connect with you, seeing where you can improve, all of it's fun.
I also, so obviously there are some things that you want to keep in mind, but I think that there's also, I want to encourage an emotion in you. And that is to have confidence, not necessarily in your right, like a good artist is always kind of second guessing their craft. They're like, can I do this better? Right? What I want you to have, I think that second guessing is always a good impulse. The trick is just knowing when to say it is good enough. I think what you need is confidence in your ideas and that your ideas and feelings are worth sharing. And in fact, your ideas are so good that they deserve the little princess treatment, where they get all of the nice fancy words and nobody wastes their time because they're so important. That, unironically, that is the feeling I want you to engender in yourself. Have confidence that your ideas are lovely and I want you to spoil them, right? Spoil your ideas with words and like, pretend that their time is valuable.
Okay.
Like say, like you're. Yeah. Does that make sense?
That does make sense because it also ties into. I have to use the right words. You're right. What you said, like they're valuable. They have worth, so they should be the best words for the scenario, rather than being that type of person who spoils their tiny little princesses by giving them everything. And just throwing things at the wall and being like, this will satiate you. Like, I don't need to overload everything with, and then I'll describe this and that. And I'll like make sure it's the word that will weigh down everything, rather than I have to like use the more specific, the one that does cut down to be like, this is what is needed for here. This is the perfect one. This is the theme that we're building into. This is what the chapter is here for. All of that.
Right, your writing is not just a pretty little princess. You're writing, like, the princess treatment doesn't mean that they get everything. It means that they get the best.
Okay.
And in fact, they only get the best.
God damn it. You hit me with a very creative version of how to do this. Now I can imagine it properly. Yeah, that's good. It's a good analogy. Thank ya. And
yeah, have confidence.
I will.
You're good. There's like you are good. You just need a little more practice.
Yeah, I'm at a level. We're improving.
You got this.
You
have this. You have this.
Okay. And hopefully when we do this in a few more weeks, there'll be like things where you're like, oh, you have been putting this into practice, as well as then, yeah, the more specifics you were talking about, where it was like, okay, and these are the more like specific things. Okay, I got this.
You got this.
How are you doing,
You
Fred?
clearly have enough. You clearly have enough interest and passion that I think that you will.
Thank you. I would do my best. Fred is now my teacher.
I have unintentionally become Ku's writing teacher.
Yeah,
Oops.
I mean, that's the funny thing. You initially like shared your work with me, and I was like, this is incredible. And since then, it has been very much a case of like, hey. I'm glad we did this, but yeah, this was supposed to be a writer's workshop. It turned into Fred becomes my editor and director.
That means we're workshopping your writing. What the hell else is it supposed to be?
Thank you. I am very, very thankful for it. I just, you know how I am. I get uncomfortable where it's like, am I on the level where this is okay for Fred? If this was fun for you, I will take that. That's what matters.
It was lovely getting to spend time with you.
Thank you. That's sweet. And we're going to have that discussion in a second, the one that we won't have online, because I'm very interested, actually. So thank you guys so much for being here. If you want to check out more of Fredrik Knudsen's stuff, especially the most recent one about Skyrim mods, was for... I watched that over like 4 days because I kept putting it on right before I went to bed, and I didn't want to be like half asleep while listening to it. So I'd listen to it for like 20 minutes and then be like, that's fascinating. I'd start to realize I was missing things, so I'd have to like pause it and then go like put on like creepypasta readings to fall asleep instead. So I was conscious for all of it. But man, that shit's crazy.
It was a lot. It was an absolute pain to put together. This next video, which I want out next month, is an even bigger pain. To the point that some of the information I was looking for was deleted while I was researching.
Jesus. I don't even know what the topic is about, but that's fascinating that it's updating that quickly and shit.
It's a lot. There's a lot of lost info.
Okay. That's going to be fascinating.
Yes, I am down the rabbit hole guy. Hi. I'm actually I'm doing even more streaming because I'm taking over for Mike tonight.
Oh shit, let's go. Where's that going to be
taking over. That's going to be on twitch.tv/jabroni_Mike. I am helping out Mike.
If you do want to put it in chat, you can. I know you don't particularly have to. This place is tiny compared to that place, but yeah.
No, it's lovely. I don't care.
Somebody else pointed out fact that you have a second channel where there's a podcast as well.
I do. We just recorded another podcast. It's fun. Mike and I also do it, and Ryan's been joining very frequently. We talk about whatever. Like it is really just a bunch of boys hang out and talk about things.
Big up the Warrens. Sorry, I'm learning things today. The Warrens is in like the Ghost Hunters.
No, the podcast is called The Warrens. Because
I
get
didn't
it
know
down
the
a network of rabbit holes is called a Warren.
Ah, thank you. I thought they were referencing like something that was coming out. I was like, you're doing a video on like the Annabelle, the Ghost Hunter people?
No.
God damn it. So I'm learning new things. Thank you very much. I'm going to head out for the day before I make more of a fool of myself. My brain is turned off, and this is fine.
You are lovely. Take it easy. And goodbye, everyone. I hope that my presence was positive.
I definitely
If
was.
not, go screw yourself, I guess.
Nah, I'm sure. If not, leave me hate mail. It's me.
The best way to be a stream guest is to show open contempt for the viewers of the person you're joining.
Always belittle everyone and shit on the community spirit. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Have a lovely day, everybody. Link to Fredrik's main channel is in the description. My brain hurts. I'm heading out. Eat well. Have a lovely night. Bye-bye.